for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So again, sending you support on that one as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on today. There's some stuff happening. First and foremost, we have to point out the fact that Neptune is stationed direct. So there's that. But also, the thing that's happening at the same exact time that Neptune is stationing direct, we've also got Mercury that is moving into Sagittarius. Now, the thing about this is, it's working through, I would not be surprised if you're feeling a little energetically cranky today, if you're feeling a little emotional, if you're feeling a little sensitive, because, and I just kind of want to like prepare you for this, because the fact that these 2 things are happening at the same time is what makes me conscientious. Because the thing is, you know, Neptune stationing direct, it would typically not be as big a deal. In fact, the truth of the matter is Neptune does well in Pisces when it's stationed direct. It's more given the fact that Neptune is jammed up, as it were, kind of between Saturn and Ceres. And what that can sometimes create is feelings of emotional claustrophobia, is the best way I can describe it. Feeling energetically frustrated, feeling like it can potentially bring up feelings of intimacy wounds, you know, like just feeling a little bit stifled. And that might either be internally, like feeling like internally jammed up emotionally, or externally as it relates to situations or circumstances. Now, at the same time that that's happening, we also see that Mercury is transiting into Sagittarius. And the thing about that is Mercury in Sagittarius is very fast energy. It's very, very fast. And that's not a bad thing, right? We like speed, but what we want to do is we want to avoid, like I keep on hearing, the speed that doesn't make one energetically seasick is what I keep on getting, because what could potentially happen with energy that I'm looking at right now, and you have to just keep this in mind, there are a lot of planets that are currently in Sagittarius during Sagittarius season. And Sagittarius season, Sagittarian energy already has that snap. There are certain, I just like to describe it as that snapness, you know, that snappiness we often see in Aries, right? We often see that in Sag energy, and we often see it in Scorpio energy, right? It's a lot of that like snap, snap, snap. And so the only thing I want you to avoid is potentially feeling a lot of emotional sensitivity, right, in the space that Neptune is stationing direct, right, which can feel like a lot of emotion coming up at once. And then feeling a lot of that snappiness that we potentially experience when Mercury moves into Sag, that could create like bringing volatility to circumstances or situations that don't necessarily require it. Or bringing too much, I keep on getting like bringing too much of that, you know what I mean? So I want to kind of stress that, because if you're feeling like that right now, there's something about the energy itself that is like cranky, is the best way I can describe it. So make sure that you're like cranking away at things, not being cranky towards others, is what I keep on getting. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to start first. The other thing I'm seeing right now is some energy that's potentially shifting right now. The thing about the energy that's shifting is, I keep on getting it. The emotional shift that's happening in energy like this could be most amplified or articulated as it relates to moving away from circumstances or situations that feel overly frustrating. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. This is really important right now for those moon relationships. And for our purposes, remembering that the moon relationships have been coming together since the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present. Now, what are we effectively seeing in those modalities and experiences right now? It took a while to kind of be able to recognize what was happening on those journeys. Usually when I start reading for the frequencies, the ability to identify the prioritization point is very fast. This took a while. And the reason I keep on seeing that this energy took a while is because they're the know thyself relationships. There are relationships that we see that are amplified and articulated in those experiences right now that have a lot to do with the ability of understanding and being able to navigate into a relationship by which one feels the authenticity to occupy one's phases. And what we are effectively seeing, it's a combination of the last two frequency journeys that we saw, right? We had those temperance relationships that were focusing on the prioritization point was anything is possible so long as the work is mutual. And then you also had the combination of the magician relationships that said being in one's authenticity acts as a beacon for healthy counterpart energy. Now, you take those together, and it's the understanding that it's not just enough to be authentic, because if you're authentic and you're terrible, like it's not great, right? It's the or even in the context by which you work through the space by which when you work mutually, it's understanding that the mutual work that we bring to things also requires the inner work as well. Right? That identification or that clarification. And it's also the explanation as to why we don't need to make sure that we're energetically perfect, right? It's not about being perfect when you enter into a relationship. It's about understanding the self fully, right? Because when we understand the self fully, we're able to understand and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a greater way, right? It's the identification point of being able to see one's own weaknesses that allows one to be able to do something in an even better fashion. So for a lot of those relationships, they've been coming together for quite some time, and I feel like they're finally getting into that space where they feel the ability to speak to one another with more of that feeling of energetic freedom. And the reason we see that kind of freedom that's happening there is due to the fact that if these are relationships that are going through deep wounds as it relates to potentially another's fragility and the feeling of having to require, and I keep on hearing there's no separation in healthy relationship, right? It's the observation that when something is difficult, then you take a walk, not a week. You take a gentle recess. You don't disappear for long periods of time. And that's why we keep on seeing that those moments or those experiences by which these relationships that have been coming together, they haven't been perfect, right? They haven't been perfect. There's been frustrations that they've experienced. But that ability of being able to smooth something out, right? Potentially even to articulate and even like healing, they're remembering what it means to find healthy hyperbole, which is the identification point that when we say something that isn't correct, we immediately recalibrate for it. Like we come into that point of fixing it, we adjust because we're working towards mutual intentionality in relationality to what it is that we are trying to create with one another. And that's what's so difficult with some of these relationships as it relates to the work that they're doing to heal past connection. Because for a lot of those relationships, healing past connection, the observational point that we're seeing is if these are really, it's not enough just to have a manifestation goal, right? It's easy to articulate the desire for a good relationship, but the ability to hold steady, right? To be able to create one, right? This is the energy that understands that when things don't feel like they're working they're working as smoothly as one desires, moving away from something is never a way to energetically resolve it. And that's why there may be a point of difficulty that's happening right now, because I was saying I've been seeing this ever since Saturn stationed direct, because every time Saturn stations direct in Pisces, the same message comes through, which is the emotions, revealing emotions never fixes anything unless the emotions come with directions, right? Because when we don't bring emotions to each other with directions, we're just burdening each other with them, right? It's like it's the space by which the emotions aren't necessarily energetically healthy or helpful unless there are directions attached to them. And so that's why we keep on seeing, for a lot of those relationships, that observation, being able to effectively facilitate, like not only moving towards relationship in terms of someone being able to articulate like what their aspiration is, but having the ability to also facilitate upon it. Like this is, I keep on getting these moon relationships are effectively, they're not just sharing the same manifestation goal with one another, they're facilitating upon it. And that makes sense because they're relationships that are based upon unrecognized phases. Now, this brings us to those temperance relationships. And again, for our purposes, those are the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period this summer. And for a lot of these relationships, I keep on seeing that they're getting hyperbole back. The ability to be able to articulate upon something. It's understanding what healthy hyperbole means, because hyperbole is something that is earned, right? It's something that is earned over time, because when you articulate something that you don't mean, right? There's the modalities, and I keep on getting that there's something happening right now in this energy, which is the disambiguation of hyperbole, right? So there's two different types of hyperbole. We should have different words for it. You know, there's the hyperbole by which we articulate upon something that feels more connected to Libra. Those modalities or experiences by which we articulate our frustration in a way that feels like an expletive, and then we immediately pull it back. The word is onomatopoetic, which means that it gives the identification or the orientation point in terms of being able to articulate something and then recalibrate for it. So a lot of that outwards and inwards energy is what's helping to clarify some energy right now in solitude that has energy that was articulating upon the fact. I literally see situations happening right now for some energy in solitude where somebody was trying to come back to them saying, we were never not together. We were just in separation. And another person, like in the process of building a healthy relationship, saying, what on earth are you talking about? There's no separation in healthy relationship. You don't pull apart and come back together. You just stay together the whole time. And so that's what I meant in terms of the disambiguation point of hyperbole, because it's the eradication of the energy that articulates that separation is some kind of part and parcel for relationship. So there's a lot of that energy that's effectively facilitating and recognizing that and potentially articulating that to another, which is showing us effectively the nature of the cycles that are potentially being closed right now as healthy cycles are opening in relationality to healthy facilitation. Now, for a lot of those energies that are coming into divine union, the hyperbole that's coming back is the healthy hyperbole. And what is the healthy hyperbole? Healthy hyperbole is when you know somebody like a book, right? When you've earned the right to know somebody from like the core. And when you know someone from the core, you can play with hyperbole, because it's the space by which you articulate something in the context of another that another person absolutely knows you do not mean, right? This is the language of partnership, and this is why often those that we're in close intimacy with have earned the right to articulate things to us, because that sense or that space of stating the recognition of who we are, right? The identification point is even more profoundly stated in the statement of something that feels completely oppositional to us, right? It becomes its own language. And so in the process of the energy in solitude, basically clarifying upon the difference between true hyperbole and change. Someone potentially trying to come back, articulating that they were hyperbolic about something in the past, and another person clarifying and saying hyperbolicness doesn't take months in between. Right? That's not the nature of the word. We also see that the energy moving deeper into divine union, those temperance relationships are coming into, they're moving deeper into divine union, and they're finding the gift of hyperbole between one another, which is the ability to articulate something that feels so far afield of the space by which another person experiences or embodies, that it becomes their own language. Right? It's like they're building their own language as they move deeper into union. Now this brings us to, but at the same time, I almost see a lot of that energy, and this is what I mean with that Sag energy, feeling very protective, right? There's almost like a protectiveness that's happening in some of those relationships. And I keep on hearing the hyperbole that they're giving each other is the expression of the frustration of another person's projection, is what I keep on getting. Now, this brings us to the energy that's deep within divine union, and those are the magician relationships. And for our purposes, the magician relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. These relationships are looking at situations where another person is trying to be hyperbolic towards them and they don't have the right to be. Right? The state or space by which I keep on hearing, and that's what I meant about some of the energetic shifts that they're navigating right now as they're moving deeper into union, right? I keep on hearing the understanding or the clarification that hyperbole, like, and this is what I keep on seeing. Remember how I said the unique language between counterparts that only counterparts have access to because they know that they define that they know that they don't mean that towards one another. This is often why we find someone outside of relationship trying to be hyperbolic towards us. And we feel like, I keep on hearing, like, it's the energy that says, that there's potentially situations that feel like they're testing another person's boundaries, which is I keep on hearing, is the state or space by which another person articulates upon what feels like energetically stabilizing versus what it feels like they're working to heal from. And I keep on getting that with a lot of those relationships. I keep on getting that these relationship patterns or these pathworks are such that they're finding composure. They're building composure for situations wherein they potentially can almost observe, they can almost see how a past version of self might have energetically reacted to something. But that lack of, I keep on hearing, the lack of volatility is effectively the space by which they feel they recognize the badge of their own, like, space of coming into themselves, because they're observing, not absorbing something. They're working through the space of another person's testiness. But I keep on hearing that observational point, the recognition that they're open to a healthy conversation, but they're not going to chase after healthy conversation because it becomes an uncomfortable confrontation. I almost, like, I see them, like, I almost see them working into a space of sensitivity, but it's the sensitivity by which they can recognize and identify the nuance in relationality to, I keep on hearing, to another person, like, to another person being prickly about something, but then in the space by which they're prickly, trying to articulate the fact that they were energetically teasing or something, and another person being able to see through the energetic teasing to the pain that exists beneath it, is what I keep on getting. So for a lot of those relationships, like, even kind of working through those experiences, like, I feel like there's a lot of that support there. But it's like that, I feel like a lot of it is them kind of facilitating and building into healthy connections with those that also identify and experience that. I keep on getting that for a lot of these relationships, they're going through surreal situations, but that but the surrealness of it is being calibrated by others confirming that they too have experienced something similar. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I also would like to invite you to our next tarot class, which will be being held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to be a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as well to my Mystic Meditation articles, which I release bi-monthly, talking about the energy that we're currently experiencing. I just wrote one recently on navigating this Gemini full moon that we just experienced in Sagittarius season. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life, I also wanted to invite you to a special retreat that we will be hosting in August. We will be traveling to Italy to study tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was first documented and discovered. I'd like to invite you to join us on a trip to Rome, Tuscany, and Florence, where we will be working on sharpening our tarot craft. But not only that, we will also be studying the context and the culture by which the tarot was initially discovered to understand its impact and significance on the cards themselves. Everyone who attends that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, and you can find out more about that over on my stack as well. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also already at 3.1K likes. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting that reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, we'll be doing a giveaway right now for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. So if you're participating in that one, I wish you luck as well. Thank you, B Phoenix, for joining as well. Welcome, Avatar. Good to see you today. How are you doing, DB? Grand Rising, Ella. feeling detached from everything. This type of energy can make you feel a little detached. Pluto in Aquarius can also make us feel detached. And Wendy, thank you for joining us too. Glow, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today? 56, thank you for the likes. And Healing Hands, Grand Rising. Good to see you, Estevan. Good to see you, Avatar. And thank you as well, Estevan. Absolutely. I already muted them. They're starting out. The last couple of days, they have been like, it's been awful. There's just been a lot of them. But I'm doing my best to try to cull them as I find them. Sandra, sounds like my situation. It's hard because the over-explaining is overwhelming when we need support. I understand, dear. Sending you support on that journey. How are you doing today, Desi? Welcome. And Zhang, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, Denise and Jesse. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on our read in the next few minutes. If you guys would like to get on the list, now is a great time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for. First person on the list each day always has an additional card in their reading. As I mentioned, 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we begin, though, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the adder. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. How are you doing today, CJ? Good to see you over on the place where we keep the videos. Makes sense that there is no separation in healthy relationship. I mean, here's the thing about it, CJ. That's literally the conversation that I feel like somebody's having right now. Like the fact that they have to walk someone through that. I keep on hearing the disambiguation between another person trying to articulate to someone about the fact that they felt like they were taking a break, and another person being like, there are no breaks in healthy relationship. You like a walk, not a week. You take those modalities or those experiences where you have and that's why I told you, even over the last few days, I don't even feel comfortable describing the energy right now that's in solitude, in separation, because they're working through the identification point of finding holistic approaches, even as they're working towards solitude, is all I keep on seeing. How are you doing today, Squidia? I hope it's good to see you. It's been a minute. How are you? And welcome, Donna, for joining us as well. It's okay, Desi. We do these to warm up our intuition. So it's always like, don't worry about whether you're wrong or right in relationality to guessing. Oh, and I'm so glad to know that I'm here as you're getting your fingers done. All right, we're gonna get started. As I mentioned, if you guys want to share the live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. We will be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. Helps if I have my mic set up. And as I mentioned, friends, make sure you're tapping that screen, because when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So we are already at 4.5K. You keep on tapping that screen. When we complete the daily collective, we'll be able to move right into a free reading giveaway. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, December 11th, 2025. We will be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today. We are going to be utilizing first, in the headspace of the masculine, the Tarot del Fuego deck. Can I get 3 cards, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to? We've got flying out of the deck, first and foremost, the Emperor card in its upright. Can I get 2 more, please? Second card for masculine, we've got the 9 of Wands in its upright. And third card that we have in the masculine headspace right now is the King of Pentacles in its upright. So there's a lot of energy. Let's talk about it. You might be asking yourself, what happened? Why is the energy change? Well, let me tell you a little bit of what's been happening today. Neptune is station direct, and it's not just the fact that Neptune is station direct, but Mercury is also moving into Sagittarius. Now, the thing about it is Mercury moving into Sagittarius is usually not a big deal, but you have to bear in mind there's a few other planets that are hanging out in Sagittarius right now during Sagittarius season, and those are Venus and Mars. All right, this is a continuation of masculine working through the modalities or the experiences of understanding the difference, working through the difference between the ability to sit within feelings, to be centered within self, versus being energetically at the behest of those feelings. And what is the difference between having the ability to sit with our feelings versus being at the behest of them? When we are at the behest of our feelings, we feel impelled to do things. And that's why we have to be that's why we have to have the moment of being able to work through our feelings to such an extent to be able to articulate and identify why we feel the way that we do, why we work through them. And because those modalities or experiences by which we're able to feel, right? The ability to effectively feel a lot of emotionality, but not feel triggered within it, not feel energetically reactive about it, to be able to come into the space of expanding upon the sense of self, it allows us to effectively energetically calibrate for what it is that we're trying to do in a better way versus those experiences by which, and this is what we talk about when we talk about the idea of the emotions that get the better of us, right? The emotions that get the better of us often break things, right? Because that's that density point wherein we feel a lot of emotions upon something, but we don't put them in the space by which they can go. And then that leads to something feeling energetically volatile or energetically damaged. I feel like I see a lot of the masculine working upon pathwork of contemplation, particularly and especially in relationality to experiences in the past, by which they might not have necessarily known themselves as well. And so I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy working through those experiences, the pathwork is finding, I keep wondering, finding healthy ways, not just finding healthy ways to communicate feelings, right? Because communication of feelings is only half the work. It's not just about the ability to communicate what you're feeling, because if you're feeling something and what you're feeling does not have a direction attached to it, then that's not the ability that you're communicating your emotions. You're burdening another person with them. So, and I feel like this is interesting because this is a conversation that masculine is either having with themselves or with other masculine energy, right? The difference between healthy conversation and divesting oneself of emotions. And the answer to whether what one is doing is always the same: direction, direction, direction. Emotions should be directions, right? Healthy emotions should be directions. That's the force that effectively moves us forward. But that's why we often feel those modalities or experiences by which we get frustrated, or we feel we feel really energetically frustrated upon the self. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy communicating upon that, what's lovely is this is the energy that's understanding that that's why the communication of dreams is so important, because the ability to carry emotions is half the work. The confidence to be able to carry the dream forward in terms of what the emotions would like to create is the other half. And so that's why I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy right now, it feels like it feels positive, and it feels energetically restorational. And we're going to go further too, because I also see it's the energy that is trying to build into a balanced partnership. And this is, I keep on hearing, this is the energy of the pathwork of the masculine that sees that as what is protective instead of protected, right? Continuing to get clarification for feminine energy right now, we're going to be using the Tarot of the Divine. Can I get 3 cards, please? Thank you. We've got here the 9 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with the Empress in its reversal, in combination with the Lovers in its reversal. So this is a continuation of what we were effectively articulating. And again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, in relationality to understanding and identifying. And this is the continuation of the conversation I was about to get to in relationality to the difference between protective and protected. Now, what is the difference between protective and protected? Protective, okay, protective are circumstances and situations that are amplified and articulated by the space of another that is working to see one energetically flourish, right? It is the relationship by which one feels that one can thrive. And feminine, and I keep on seeing like this conversation that feminine is having with counterpart is potentially articulating upon the breakage point. And this is why feminine understands. Feminine isn't looking for love. Feminine is looking for healthy love, because feminine has had love that is more akin to coveting. And what is coveting? Coveting is when you want to cover something. Okay, it's the space by which the love that you feel is overprotective of something, to the space by which you don't want anyone else to experience it, right? It's often those modalities, and this is why we have to be very conscientious of healthy love, because when our love comes through as coveting in the space by which we energetically acute something, we make it feel smaller, because instead of feeling like we're trying to be protective of another person working towards their highest self, we feel the anxiety of trying to energetically acute something in relationality to lowering or feeling like something needs to be energetically protected. And so this is why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the relationship, this is feminine having conversations with counterpart on the difference between the love that feels healthy, the protective counterpart, the counterpart that effectively feels the space of wanting to energetically protect another, but in a way that allows one to be able to be in their authenticity, versus feeling protected, which is often those experiences by which another person tried to energetically stifle another, because and claiming that it was love, it was the force of love by which they were doing it, right? Like that modality by which you don't navigate another's choice, but they articulate upon the fact that they're trying to put love there. And this is what we talk about with the unhealthy love. And this is why we calibrate and understand that love is always in the context of honoring each other's choices. So that's why we see that for a lot of the relationship of the feminine, these are the conversation points in terms of the feminine, like talking and walking towards their wariness on love, because it's the space by which it's not enough for someone to articulate that they care about them, but for them to be aware enough about the self that their love actually feels like love, and it doesn't feel like some kind of modality of energetic control that often comes through the insecurity of the self. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the purposes of the headspace of the non-binary. We've got the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the 7 of Swords in its reversal, and we've also got one more, please. We've also got the Justice card in its reversal. Now, the thing with the Justice, like this is a continuation. This is exactly, the one thing I will point out right now is for a lot of the non-binary energy, I feel like there's something that they often need to do. It's almost, I keep on hearing a lot of the non-binary energy often feels like they have to work through the space of holding themselves to an incredibly high standard, is what I keep on seeing. And why does the energy have to hold themselves to an incredibly high standard? Because I keep on getting that when we are in the wake of another person's projections of us, when we're feeling that anxiety, when we're feeling that frustration, when we're working through situations or experiences by which others, like I keep on seeing the space by which we hold ourselves to a standard is one that we don't, and I need to describe this because this was actually coming through in yesterday's harmonic update. And it was coming through specifically with the temperance relationships. But the way I can describe this is they work towards a level of exceptional that they don't hold others to. And it's the difference, and I keep on getting, it's the difference between holding incredibly high standards to the self versus holding impossible standards to others. Because I keep on hearing the conversation that they have to one another is about, I keep wondering, it's about exceptional standards that require exception, because the exceptional standards that require exception have to do with the journey of the self, and which says it's okay to hold oneself to an exceptional standard. But if you're holding oneself to an exceptional standard, you have to be compassionate to the self in the same space, right? It's the same, it's the understanding, it's the energy that says, and I feel like that's what's happening with the counterpart. It's understanding and recognizing that they have to allow compassion in as they continue to facilitate and do that work. Because everything I keep on seeing there, and I feel like these are either conversations that they're having with others, but also conversations that they're having with the self. Because and this is what heals the perfection wound. This is actually what heals the perfection wound, right? The observation that it's totally okay to hold oneself to an exceptional standard, so long as you don't project that exceptional standard on everyone around the self, right? You hold the healthy standard. And often I keep on hearing sometimes, and the gift of that is when we're being too hard on ourselves. The way we can usually tell that we're being too hard on ourselves are often those modalities or those experiences by which we recognize and identify that there's something there that we're trying to, like, something that we would immediately apply care for another person, we don't apply care for ourselves, is what I keep on getting. So there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of that energy that's working through those experiences. But, and I feel like it's not allowing the context. It's like it's not allowing the context of being too hard on themselves as they strive for energetic exceptionalism. Continuing to get clarification between back into masculine heart space, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite system for the heart space of the masculine today. 3 cards. We've got here the 6 of Cups in its upright. We've got the 2 of Swords in its upright, and we also have the 7, the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. I like this combination, right? Because this is the heart of masculine working to act as arbitrator, right? I keep on saying emotional arbitration, or emotional arbitration is what I keep on getting. And what do I mean by emotional arbitration? It's not, this is where it's not just enough to have feelings. And I know that's really hard because, and I keep on seeing this for a lot of masculine energy, you know, especially I feel like a lot of masculine energy is working through the experience by which they learn some kind of ability to disassociate from their emotions. And the thing is, there's no strength. Everybody can do that. It's easy. You know, like it's easy. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's what's so hard. Like if that's the masculine, like it's what's hard. Like it's hard. It's actually harder when we learn to disassociate, right? Because when we learn to disassociate, the ability to do so is just there, right? It's just there waiting for us, is what we keep on seeing. And so for a lot of that work, or a lot of that energy, I keep wondering, trying to be able to sit within energetic feelings is what I keep on seeing. The ability to effectively stay centered in the self, in the realm of emotions, and not allowing oneself like the easy ability to disassociate out of it, but rather the ability to effectively articulate or allow the space of feeling. Like the way we feel safe in our emotions is not by disassociating from them. It's the ability to feel them and not be reactive towards them. So it's building into those pathworks of patience. It's building into those pathworks of, I keep on hearing, like contemplation. And for a lot of the energy doing that work, navigating through, I keep on getting navigating through energetic frustration, but not only just not only just navigating through energetic frustration, but working into the space of being able to arbitrate as to whether their feelings are something that needs to be addressed outside the self or inside the self. It's always the space by which we understand that we figure out if our emotions are safe in the space by which we can articulate the direction that we want the emotions to bring us towards, right? The ability to communicate the manifestation goal attached to the emotions. Because when we are just communicating our emotions to others, right? But we don't have a clear indication as to what another person would have us do with them, then that is also an act of disassociating, because it's the space by which you're simply unburdening the emotions onto another. And so I keep on getting that this is a lot of the work of the masculine that's working on communicating the emotions in a healthy way, and also working on the feeling, like I keep on hearing like the space by which they tell another person not only what the emotions mean to them, but what they aspire and desire in relationality to the directions in terms of what it is that where it is they would like to go. And I keep on hearing this from masculine, because it's if masculine is working on their confidence there, it's always, I keep on hearing, it's better to know, right? Like why would we not be in a space by which we articulate our manifestation goals? Because if something about revealing your manifestation goals brings another person into a space by which they articulate that they don't desire them, it's better to know, because the healthy relationship is built upon mutuality of goals, right? It's like I keep on hearing like the mutual goal setting that allows things to energetically flourish and thrive. Now for feminine, continuing here, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, we'll be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego deck. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 9 of Swords in its reversal. We've got here the 4 of Swords in its reversal. And we've also got the 9 of Cups in its upright. Now, this is really intriguing because we've got a lot of 9 energy. There's a lot of 9 energy that's in the heart space of the feminine today. Masculine is more, I want to say masculine is working more consecutively, right? Like masculine is working more into the space of, I keep on hearing steady as they go kind of energy. And I'm going to say this again. Okay. I'm going to say this again. I've been saying this the last few days. If you're trying to have an emotional conversation this week with counterpart, make sure that they have the bandwidth for it. Because every time I read for feminine right now, I see feminine firing on all cylinders. I see feminine in the heart of pragmatism. I see feminine that does not feel like they have a moment to energetically catch their breath. And so I can see modalities or experiences where like do you see what's happening here, right? We've got a lot of the masculine energy in this like very sentimental, like in this point of deep sentiment, and we've got feminine that's like much more, I want to say feminine is much more kind of in warrior mode right now, right? So you got feminine in warrior mode, and you've got masculine like wanting to like share the emotions. This is like walking straight into somebody's fist is what I keep on seeing. It's that type of energy. But inadvertently, because it's like I keep on getting like, and I'm telling you, there's so many. It's because you have to remember right now, okay? Everybody's got like their sensitive pants on. My loves, okay, please listen to me. What do we got here? We got Mercury, Venus, we got Mars and Venus in Sag during Sag season. And now Mercury's coming into Sag. So it's like add a little bit of speed to that. You know what I mean? Like I told you, it's like it can sometimes feel, and I keep on getting this, when another person, when you're really energetically busy and another person comes towards you with their feelings, it can feel like an avalanche. It can sometimes feel like there's too much. Just like now is not the time. It's like that type of energy. So that's why we keep on seeing that for the energy, like make sure that you're having, make sure you're having conversations and saying to each other before you communicate, do you have the bandwidth to have a heart to heart? Is what I keep on hearing. Because for feminine, I just keep on seeing, like, this is the thing about it. Feminine is feeling frustrated in relationality to feeling energetically over, I keep on hearing over, over tasked, but I keep on getting the overtaskedness is not, I keep on hearing it's not that it's overtasked. It's like the feminine energy is working to syncopate right now. And the thing with syncopation is it's requiring the feminine to have to shift gears a lot. There's a lot of, I keep on hearing there's a lot of energetic gear shifting that's occurring in those modalities and experiences. So, and I feel like this is often what we see coming out of a Gemini full moon, like a Gemini full moon in coming out of a Gemini full moon in Sagittarius season. So we've got a lot of feminine energy that's kind of working into syncopation, but then we've got a lot of masculine energy that's feeling more like the space by which they just want to like emotionally articulate something. And you can see how this is not like, this might create conversations where one person's trying to emotionally open up and another person's trying to be pragmatic, and then somebody says that they're not being sensitive, like that type, like that type of argument kind of stuff, right? So making sure that you like recognize the space of being in the right phase to have being in the right phase to have a conversation is what I keep on seeing. While for moving towards non-binary energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the heart space of non-binary. 3 cards, please. We've got the Fool card in its reversal. We've got the 9 of Cups in its upright. And we've got the 9 of Coins in its upright. Okay, so the thing to keep in mind right now, a lot of 9 energy on the table, and specifically for the energy of feminine and non-binary. There's a lot of similarity right now that we're seeing in the heart space right now. And I want to point out the thing with, how do I describe this? 9 energy in the heart space can sometimes feel how do I describe it? It can I need to get the right word here. It can feel frustrating because it can feel frustrating because it's often working through the experience of and again, I got to check out what's going on with Virgo right now, because it's working through the space of understanding that you will never feel perfect. Perfect is not a place, it's a destination. Perfect is not a place, it's a destination, right? There are always experiences or modalities or circumstances by which we mean to perfect. And ironically, the more that we're able to calibrate for the space by which we are compassionate in our hunt for perfect, the more perfect we often find, right? Because when we stop looking for perfect, we find exquisite. And the thing with exquisite, like the thing you have to understand in relationality to exquisite is exquisite. How do I describe this? Exquisite allows for the context of more perfection to evolve within it. Exquisite is, and when we sometimes see this, right? Like perfect is energetically complete, right? It's it's like it feels like a landing point, but like the like exquisite always allows for that contemplation, or that I keep on hearing the ineffable quality that we move towards in the understanding of the self. And I feel like that is what the energy is working on. They're working to embrace their exquisiteness. And the thing with exquisite is, when you're working towards exquisite, it's really frustrating because you always feel like you never feel perfect. Like no, and I feel like this is like a conversation that they may be having with others or the self, right? Like the observation or understanding of what exquisite means, and the space by which we start to resolve. And I keep on hearing, when we look for perfect, we create trauma. Right? When we try to have things, how many times have you been hurt by another person trying, articulating, saying, I just want it to be perfect, right? Because that observation or that understanding, that often, like the space by which we work towards perfect, can sometimes create energetic hurt in others, is like I keep on seeing, like that's the energy that's almost articulating to counterpart about how, that, like, they're hard on themselves. Like they're I see the energy. They just recognize the fact that they're very hard on themselves, and they recognize, I see some of this energy recognizing the fact that they hold themselves to an incredibly high standard. But I also see the fact that for a lot of the energy, like working through that, I keep on hearing it's not something they do simply for themselves. They do it for the energy around the self. And so I feel like there's a lot of, like, that's what I meant in relate. Remember how I said the last time I did this reading, there was some energy that was working through some experience where another person saw them reserved and articulated that they were aloof, right? The way it, like the hurt, because aloofness is often articulated with the fact of someone who does not care, while being energetically reserved is often articulated by someone who's been hurt before. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, facilitating and recognizing upon that work, it's it's the conversation that they have in terms of not only caring a lot for those around them, but also coming to terms with the fact that they recognize that their care will often be misperceived, right? And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that just kind of makes peace with that. Continuing to get clarification, moving back into the unconscious of moving into the unconscious of masculine. We'll be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for the unconscious of masculine right now. We've got here the Three of Coins in its reversal. We've also got the Queen of Cups in its reversal, and we've got the Queen of Wands in its reversal. So, wow, that's a lot of queen. That's a lot of queen energy. That's a lot of queen energy in the unconscious of masculine right now. But let's walk through it. This is, I feel like there's something really important that we see is happening in the space of masculine energy. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the masculine energy that's working on this healing journey, and I keep on getting this, the ability to empathize. Like I can see, and it almost I feel like this is a lot directed towards other masculine energy. The observation or the recognition that I keep on hearing, we are not each other's manifestation engines. We are not each other, we are not means to an end, but you'd be surprised how often I see a lot of this masculine energy potentially articulating to other masculine energy and saying, do you know what it feels like to feel like you're a means to an end in a relationship? Right? The difference between a relationship that is healthy is built upon mutual manifestation goals. Because when you're not in a relationship where there are mutual manifestation goals, then it feels like you're occupying the space by which you're in a relationship only to serve as a means to an end, right? We are not each other's manifestation engines. But it can feel like these modalities or these experiences by which I almost see masculine looking at other masculine and looking towards counterpart and saying to them, why aren't they delivering me the things that I demand of them? And the energy being like, have you listened? Do you hear yourself? Like the energy, why aren't you delivering the thing that I demand from you? Is not romantic. It's not the sound of love. Why aren't you delivering the thing that I demand of you? Is not the sound of love. It's the understanding of the mutual manifestation goals that we energetically create. Because the more there's no demanding that is necessary when we're working towards healthy manifestation goals, right? Often the experience or feeling by which the space by which we arrive towards a healthy manifestation is the space by which we're mutually having our energetic needs met. And so that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy of the masculine, and I like to see this when the conversations feel like they're unified, is I see the energy of the masculine articulating. And I feel like this is why they get so upset, because when feminine encounters masculine or other counterpart energies that see them as a means to an end, then the journey of them being able to build into healthy relationship with counterpart becomes harder. Because that's the wariness that they then find in counterpart, and the wariness that's there for good reason, right? It's really hard and it's really frustrating for masculine to be in the space by which they can disambiguate, right? The fact that they want to build with counterpart in a space of mutuality versus those experiences or circumstances or situations by which another person often lacks. I keep on hearing like the spaces by which another person lacks empathy for how another person might be feeling. So we keep on seeing that in a lot of those situations or in a lot of those relationships, that observation, like working through that effectively, I keep on seeing that's building, like I keep on seeing like this is the energy that is building, that is, I keep on hearing like reaching towards healthy relationship. But I keep on hearing the relationship by which they effectively, it acts as offering. It's the capability or the understanding of the space by which we articulate, and like we articulate something, but then we don't push upon what it is that we articulate, right? That is the sound. That is what chivalry is, right? It's being able, it's like chivalry is being able to bow gracefully. It's like, that's what it means. Continuing to get clarification for feminine energy, and we've got 3 cards. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck in the unconscious of the feminine. 1, 2, 3. We've got the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal. We've got the Tower card in its reversal. And we've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. So this is what I meant in relationality to a lot of the feminine kind of being in a modality right now where they're just working into the heart of pragmatism. There's a lot of, every time I read for feminine right now, there's a lot of pragmatic energy there. So I see a lot of that energy kind of working through something, and I keep on hearing it's the work of feminine is helping counterpart to understand the nature by which they feel the difference, right? I keep on hearing the nature by which they feel safe is one by which they have a counterpart that feels protective of them, but isn't in the space of energetically coveting them, which is the space by which we feel the sense of having to overly protect to such an extent that it doesn't allow the concept or the observation point in relationality to being able to feel fully seen and fully held. Because when we articulate, right, and this is the modality or the experience by which we truly build into the space of trust with counterpart, you know, we don't we don't need to energetically protect energy that we build into trust with, because that's what it often feels like when someone is overprotecting of you. What they're really saying, what does it mean when somebody's overprotecting of you? I don't trust you, right? That's what it means. Because I told you, the acuting, right? We protect things that we acute, and acute means to diminish something, right? So when we are protecting, and that's why we protect cute energy, right? There's energy that's cute, small energy we protect because we recognize that we don't energetically trust them. Okay, we don't trust, and that's okay. There's some energy at some point. It's okay to have energy be like, nope. No, you can't have that yet. Like, no, 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 I don't know. That's right. I don't trust you. Right? We do that to little things. We do that to little things whose brains aren't ready, right? But when feminine is in a situation where they're being acuted, right? Someone's like, there. That's why it hurts to be acuted in relationship. Because what it really is, what's the message behind the acuteness? There. I don't trust you. No, I don't trust you with making that choice. I don't trust you in making that decision, right? The observation or the understanding that is why, and this is why, again, why feminine gets so ferocious when they feel like they're in relationship by which they're being acute. Because when someone's going, oh, look how cute, what they're really saying is, you poor thing, you can't make any decisions, right? You need to be protected instead of me being protective of you. Protective is someone that says, I want to do everything I can to facilitate you doing the things that you energetically desire because I energetically trust you. And so that is what I keep on seeing, the feminine kind of working through the modality of experience of trying to help others recognize the feeling, how it feels, right? The ability to understand and recognize the difference between being acuted, the accutation that creates coveting energy versus the space of true love, which is the space by which it comes into the space of energetic chivalry that we give to each other, which is the ability to energetically facilitate the desire to be able to make something occur, or the ability to allow the self to become the fullest version of self, the healthy relationship that is based upon that facilitation towards manifestation goals. This brings us to the non-binary energy, and we'll be using the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of the non-binary. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Wheel of Fortune. And the Queen of Wands in its reversal. And the King of Cups in its reversal. I just want to show you, if you have an opportunity, please make sure that you head over to the stack so that you can see today's spread, because I just want to point out in the masculine energetic field, in the unconscious, we've got all queen cards in the reversal. In the feminine, we've got masculine energy in its upright, and then in the non-binary, we've got feminine and masculine energy in the unconscious space. So what we effectively see is occurring here with the non-binary energy is, I feel like this is the energy, I've got like this like knuckle cracking that happens here, because this is the energy that I told you, this is the energy that just accepts that their love will often be misunderstood. It is the energy that just recognizes and articulates upon the fact that, and I keep on seeing how another person, like I see this energy that literally has expands its love to energy that does not love them, to energy that has tried to energetically hurt them. Because this is often the energy that says that capacity of love is not something that another person can change, right? I see this energy talking to another person and being like, no, that person is dangerous. I can care about them from a distance, right? That sometimes I keep on hearing, this is the energy that sometimes says that sometimes like the gift we give someone that we care about, that care about, is distant, because I can see the energy articulating or identifying or saying that the space that I keep on hearing, they don't feel the ability to be able to, another person being like, their love doesn't go anywhere. It's how they choose to share it, is what I keep on seeing. right? I feel like that's the conversation they're having with another person. They're articulating upon the fact that there are many, many different ways to love an individual. And the space by which I keep on seeing, like the space by which they articulate upon the work that they've had to do to be able to navigate trauma and still be able to live an existence with such a full heart is a journey of making room for all of the many various ways they have articulated how that love can be expressed. And I keep on seeing that the space by which I keep on hearing the reclamation of their love is articulated best in the space by which they identify. I can see this energy here that says that even in the modalities by which another person, like that is like almost the space, this is like the type of energy where another person projects all of their, like all, and this is what I keep on saying, they project all, because I keep on hearing them just say some energy is not safe to love. That is the journey that they've had to work through. And what do we mean by some energy is not safe to love? We work to make us ourselves safe to love, because when we do not feel, when we are not safe to love, then our love does not feel like love. It feels like the expressing of our pain onto the things that we care about. Because when we have not repaired our hearts and we love something, then all our love feels like is the expression of our pain on all the things we care about, right? It is the trauma that we spread because we haven't done this work to heal our hearts correctly. And that's why I see a lot of this energy that works fastidiously. I keep on hearing works fastidiously on the condition and the nature of their heart, right? And that's why I even see, even when they're hyperbolic, right? I can see this energy. Their hyperbole is so quick. Even when they're hyperbolic, boom, boom. Like, even in those moments, like even in those moments by which they feel that aggression come out, they're just as quick to energetically repair it, because it is the energy that facilitates upon the work. I keep on hearing like the work of understanding or identifying. I keep on hearing the signification point of the fact that I keep on saying that this energy often has had those moments by which other energy, when someone's projecting and you're trying to express your care to them and all they do is see pain within it. That's why I almost see that this energy has often articulated the journey of stepping back from a person or stepping further away, because I keep on seeing that ability, the ability of understanding and holding healthy boundaries, is effectively the space or place by which they recognize or identify what it is that they're trying to do in a different way. And I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy doing that work, I just keep on seeing, it's like I feel like its counterpart almost articulating to another why they hold their heart so preciously, like why something is so important to them. But I keep on seeing and I keep on hearing the energy kind of continue to say that if they're in the space of giving their love to the world and another person chooses to project upon them, they try not to let it affect them. But if anything, the pain that they experience is almost the pain of empathy and understanding how much cruelty must exist within another, what another has experienced that makes them see someone trying to energetically radiate joy, and all they experience is the response of their own shadow reviling from seeing another person in a state of bliss or happiness. Do you know the condition of your heart space that you have to be in that modality? Do you know how far gone? Do you know how much pain you're carrying in your heart by which you see another person in a state of bliss and it creates that pain in you? So I just keep on seeing that they work on resolving it within themselves, and if they experience it, they try to heal it by allowing for that state of empathy, right? It's almost like the energy that like understands like fully the shape of the pain that the person must be in order to be able to have to feel that, is what I keep on saying. But I keep on hearing just because they understand it doesn't mean that they have to navigate it, is what I keep on getting, right? It's a lot of that. I keep on hearing it's like it's a lot of that work on deep empathy. That is where that is our daily collective read for today. And I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. Oh, I apologize. I forgot the bottom of the deck, didn't I? Thank you. All right, let's pull it back. Bottom of the deck right now. Masculine energy, but I think that this is important too, because when we're talking about the bottom of the deck energy right now, the bottom of the deck, like I want to describe this. So this is what I mean with Neptune stationing direct. It's working through, it's working through the energetic undercurrent. And I'm going to kind of read the bottom of the deck and say in proximity to one another, because the bottom of the deck for masculine is Queen of Pentacles in its upright. And Queen of Pentacles in its upright is working through, I keep on hearing, like, how do you move? This is masculine recognizing that not everything can be healed. You know, like I want to, moving back from what we were getting on in terms of like the energy that we saw with the non-binary into the masculine. You know, when we've come into the space, and I keep on hearing, an apology is something we give without the demand on what comes on the other side of it, right? It's the understanding or the recognition of the fact that we work so that we don't have to apologize for things, is what I keep on getting. And even in the space by which even in the space by which we hurt another, the accountability is key. But accountability is not a key for us. Accountability is a key we give another. When we say accountability is key, we don't mean it's a key for us. It's not the accountability that opens our door. It's the accountability which is the key we give another so that they can begin the process of healing. For feminine energy, it's the Two of Pentacles, right? The Two of Pentacles in relationality to a lot of the pathwork that we see that they're healing from, because this is a lot of the feminine that's working through the modality or the experience by which we recognize and identify the space or place by which we articulate how we're energetically feeling about things. And I keep on seeing that is the feminine that does their best to articulate upon what their manifestation goal is, because the more that the feminine energy is able to build into clarity on manifestation, the more that they're able to build into healthy reliability and partnership. So I keep on seeing that is a lot of the feminine energy that is working right now on interconnectedness. But again, the interconnectedness that allows an effective manifestation goal to come through. So that's why I keep on seeing there's a lot of that refinement that's happening right now for feminine, because it's like a lot of different pieces, but then allowing kind of, I keep on seeing like a lot of different pieces that bring you towards the common thread. Non-binary energy, we've got the Nine of Swords in its reversal. So the Nine of Swords in its reversal is, again, the recognition or the identification point that when energy is determined to misunderstand you, there's no amount of logic you can bring to a situation. Right? When somebody is in, like, that's a problem. When somebody is in trauma mode, when somebody is in the space by which they want to energetically project, you could bring the most reasonable, logical conversation to another. And it's like through one ear and out the other, because trauma doesn't want to hear anything. Trauma only wants to hear the song that sings, "I'm hurting, and so should you." Right? And that's why it's so important in the work of being able to heal. A healthy relationship is not the space by which we project, because what experience do you ever have? Nothing gets healed in the space that another person feels what we're feeling, right? The observation or the understanding of having to say to another person, if I have to make you feel, if you have to actually feel something to actually have empathy for it, you're far gone, right? Empathy is the ability to imagine what it must be like. So that's the energy that says it shouldn't have to reach the point that another feels it in order to have the energetic empathy. And that's why I keep on seeing, if there's some kind of situation by which another person comes towards them and goes, I get it now, right? I almost see the energy being like, I'm happy for you, but that doesn't, like I see the energy being like great, but that doesn't make it okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's the space by which another person says it shouldn't have reached the point that you have to feel it in order to understand it, is what I keep on seeing. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you, PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Sun card. Our judgment class will be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our journey into the tarot with a focus on that card. And if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, you just need to become a subscriber to my stack. Your monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. If you become a founding member, you will have access to the over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys, I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this Gemini full moon that we just experienced in Sag season. I also want to invite you guys to join us this August for a very special retreat that we will be taking in Italy to study the cards in the cradle by which the cards were first discovered. Our tour will take us to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence. We will be honing our craft in the tarot while at the same time better coming to understand the culture that created a home for the tarot to grow and thrive. I will also be offering unique mentorship classes to each individual that participates in that retreat. And if you'd like to find out more about that retreat, just simply head over to my stack and you'll find all of the information there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. If I can get that, I got it. Hold on a minute. My screen is sticking. All right. If anybody would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the first person read for. There we go. That's better. And congratulations to Nikki. You got the highest gifter. You will be having that free reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And Good Vibes, you came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. For anyone who is interested in getting on the list, we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Thank you so much, Sonia, for getting on the list. You'll be the second person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. All right, and let me take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can go ahead and include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Alexandra, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the third person read for. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. All right, let's continue now. And Grand Rising Healing, good to see you today. How are you doing, Estevan? Welcome. Good to see you as well, Avatar. Thank you as well. Yeah, I apologize. I got them. I muted and blocked them, Estevan. I know there's a lot of spammers out the last couple of days, you know. And thank you again, Sandra. Grand Rising, Denise. Good to see you today. How are you doing today, Desi? And welcome as well, Tanya. Thank you for those gifts. Rita, I apologize that it was lagging. Was it lagging for anyone else? Did anyone else have a lag issue? Holding to a higher standard, bathed in a different light, tap to claim, Desi. Perfection wound. We wouldn't hold that standard for someone else, totally. I feel like other people see those standards and feel like they need to do more, or maybe they do. I feel like often it leads to a problem with any criticism. That can be a problem. No, absolutely. But even again, I think that these contemplation points are important. And not an emotional landfill. I like that. Katie, thank you for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. I know, I love this deck. I would use this deck more frequently. You know, the thing about it, like I wish this deck was it's twice the size and twice as durable. It's a beautiful deck, but it's like I can't use it a lot because of the size of the cards. Yeah, it's a 9-year too. That's interesting. Very good point, Desi. So many 9s. Yeah, I know. You saw all the 9s? Yep, absolutely. I popped off last night. That's why I'm here today. Oh, honey. Well, I hope, again, I'm happy to do a reading for you if you want to kind of work through or help resolve it. That's really how it feels. Not the sensitive pants, literally how our conversation went yesterday. Yeah. Sending you support, Danielle. Lots of tinkering. I'm feeling like a clockmaker. I love to tinker. We're looking for progress, not perfection. Tap to claim. Yeah, I like that, Nikki. I lost it. I lost it when I saw you say, don't tell me what to do. Yes, we have a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of queens. I like it. Get it? Yeah, we have some queens, guys. Get it? I love that for them. Yep. I really am turned off by weakness right now. No, but here's like I need to point this out. No. I don't. I think what you're like. There's a difference between like vulnerability is not weakness. You know, I know what you mean by that. You know? Yeah. Desperation is weakness, right? It's the space by which I keep on hearing like demanding is weakness, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's well, I know, but I think it's pretty wild though, Nikki, the way the car's laid out today. We're in the upside down. But I have to point out though, it was the unconscious space. So the unconscious space is always kind of like the upside down. Alexandra, how are you doing today? It is an interesting one. Previous precious energy. Yeah, this is wild. This is what I've been trying to articulate to someone for years. Oh, sending you support, Avatar. I hope this helps in that conversation. Yep, and thank you, Nikki. I need to point this out. I usually don't read the comments, but I saw you bring up the bottom, so I really appreciate that. High five. Thank you. This helped me a ton. I'm glad, Avatar. Cheryl, I have some serious trauma for years, and she feels like I projected some of it onto her. They're very empathetic. Well, you know, and here's the thing about, like, listen, you know, the observation of being able to receive another person's experience of us can help us recognize like what is a projection versus what is something that feels. And I need to point this out. The way you can usually tell it's a projection, what would you have them do? Right? The space by which you communicate an emotion, the emotion with a direction, is usually not a projection, because if there's a solution to something, then the ability to work towards it, then that's not an emotional projection, right? Emotional projections lack direction. That's how we can usually see them. Yeah, I caught the last bit, but that sounded like it was a very good collective. This hit home. Thank you. I'm glad that this helped, Cheryl. Masculine. Oh, that's very funny, Desi. I feel like, I mean, listen, I think that the thing about that we're experiencing too is like this, like when we're talking with like the pentacle energy here, like I keep on getting that there's something, I keep wondering there's something valuable and important in relationality to like working, like I want to say, especially when we see a lot of the feminine energy, like working through those, the pragmatic things right now, like that's what we're effectively articulating or identifying, right? There's like a lot of that work. Like I feel like this is like a lot, I feel like this is a lot of feminine energy just being in business mode, you know? No, they do make sense for the rest of the spread. The replay, yeah, Cheryl, if you want to see the replay, you can either go to the place where we keep the videos or the photos, or you can go to our subscriber. We'll also have it list up as a podcast over on Stack and over on Spot. Yep. Thank you for the help, Nikki. This is true. I see this in debates right now all the time. Thank you. I don't want you to feel this. Yeah, exactly. If anyone's new here, oh, thank you so much, Nikki. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, dear. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. Hi, Bridget. How are you doing today? Excellent. She mistook my vulnerability for weakness. Oh, I'm sending you support, Phoenix. And Dada, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing the live, guys. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. We're going to get started right now on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list, the list is open. Also, please remember, if you would like to have access to our subscriber-only disco channel, just message me a disco gift through the orange icon at the bottom of the screen. If you would like information, a discount code on the class program, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we have planned, message me the word trip. That said, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Also, we are at 19.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And in the meantime, we are going to get started on personal readings. The first person we are reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you guys so much. We'll do that again after the next reading. And that said, Nikki, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? You've got a hidden card. I can boop you down one. Okay. All right, the next person we're reading for right now then is Sonia. Sonia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Keep it. I knew you were going to say that. Sonia, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you, oh, your card's already out, Sonia. Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, Absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. Sonia, what is going on with your cards? What is happening here? These cards are all over the place, man. Second call right now for Sonia. Second call right now for Sonia. All right, if Sonia is not here yet, well, we're going to talk about it. I can feel it. What is this? Feast or famine, huh? Feast or famine is what I'm getting. All right, I'm going to pin up Sonia. Sonia, are we doing, thank you. Hi, can you figure highest priority? I got you. You are not cake. I feel like you need to remind some people around you, you are not cake. Not everybody gets a slice. And not everybody gets a slice for, like, what is this? You know what? I feel like there's some kind, I feel like this is ridiculous. This is some ridiculous energy. I don't know why. It feels like it has to do with somebody paying you for something. So I'm being like, but think of the exposure. You know what you can do with your exposure? Is what you can do with your exposure. You know what happens? You know what happens? Exposure. People freeze in exposure situations. Is what I keep on seeing. Like this is you can't. I keep on hearing you can't eat exposure. Is what I keep on hearing. You got to tell somebody. You got to tell somebody you can't eat exposure. Is what I keep on hearing. There's something really important about it. That's what you got to say to them. Because I do. I feel like this is somebody like this is like never never do you see somebody like deep in their own ego, which is being like, but you get to be around this. You see somebody being like, you get to be around this. Like, what do you mean? Like, isn't this enough? And you're being like, no. But I need to stress, like, the thing about, like, I have to point this out. You know, like, and it's hold, like, you know, I'm hold on. I feel very compelled about something. Okay, here it is. All right, and it's funny too, because like speaking about exposure, like I felt called to like grab my sweater, and the reason I feel called to grab my sweater is I keep on like I feel like the thing you need to articulate to somebody, and I can see this, which is I keep on hearing you having to have a conversation with someone, and this is how you're going to frame it if this is happening. The ability to do something for free is a luxury. The ability to do something for free is a luxury, is what I keep on hearing. It's luxurious. Like, and I keep on seeing, and I feel like if this is the modality or the experience where another person, like, because I keep on seeing, I feel like I keep on picking up a lot of interest around you, but energy that can't energetically, like the energy that can't like match it, and I keep on getting the same messages, which says if you have too much work to do, the first thing you have to do is you have to understand that that's an access issue, that there's something that you need to do, you need to refine upon, right? And you may have to, like, I keep on hearing, like, raise the ceiling in terms of having to, like, navigate an influx. But the other thing I keep on seeing right now is, and I feel like it has to do, I don't know why, it feels like some kind of project energy, that it feels like a project energy that would require you to drop everything. And I think that the thing about it is I keep on seeing, and I feel like it's interesting because the messages I'm coming through upon, they feel like there's something about that professionally. And they're also saying, don't let it cross over personally, which is to say, it, like in work, like in the space of work, being able to say to another person gently, like, I would love to work with you, but I don't, and I keep on hearing, like, this is how, like, this is how you're going to navigate situations by which another person is asking you to do something for much less than you can do it for. I keep on hearing you say to somebody, I would love to do it, but I don't have the luxury of being able to accommodate for that price, is what I keep on hearing. The word you have to bring in is luxury, which is the space by which you say to another person, I wish I could, but I simply can't, because it's I keep on seeing that it's helping another person understand that that's not you being rude, that's you being practical. And I also feel like there's something really important in relationality to energy that you're building into, understanding and respecting your work. You know, I don't know why, I don't know why I got this type of energy around you. And it's interesting too, because it feels very similar to what we saw in the reading. You can't get anywhere with acute energy. And acute energy is someone that doesn't respect what you do. Acute energy is someone who goes, "Oh, that's cute. That's a nice hobby." You know what I mean? Like someone who doesn't respect or get something that you take seriously is never going to build, you're never going to have a healthy relationship with them, because pay attention if they're already acuting you, right? Pay attention if they're already acuting you, which is the space by which they look at something you do as cute instead of serious. And I feel like all of this is really important, because I feel like I see a very, very supportive relationship coming towards you right now. But the thing about it, and I want you to be paying attention to this, remember how much time you gave someone to fix something. Remember how much time you gave someone to fix something in relationality to this new energy I see approaching. Because I see, I see, I'm going to walk you through two different situations I see right now. I see some kind of situation or circumstance of someone that was not taking your dream seriously. And somebody who does not take your dreams seriously will always acute them. They'll be like, oh, that's a cute dream, but you're not really going to do that. And I feel like I see you literally in the process of accomplishing something that another person was trying to put that doubt in you in. And I keep on hearing the acute energy can't come with you, because when somebody doubts our dreams, right, and then we move towards our manifestation goals, we effectively are able to amplify and recognize that we wouldn't have been able to reach that point if we'd stayed with somebody in that modality, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Those experiences or those circumstances by way or by which another person, that's the hard part about it. Like it feels like somebody who shut themselves out of your life by being in the space of doubting you. And so I feel like it's really important, because if that type of energy is trying to come back in, like I keep on hearing, an apology doesn't come with conditions, right? An apology doesn't come with conditions, which is a space by which we give an apology and we let another person do what they will with it. We don't say, oh, I apologize, so now, no, it's like, it doesn't change the proximity that we hold to another. So I feel like this is all really important, because I see you having finished a huge, this is saying to me, I've got the 6 here of cups in its reversal with the 8 of cups in its reversal. So I feel like there's some kind of accomplishment that you've just come across. Something that is really, this is a benchmark, this feels like everything changes beyond this point. And that's why I keep on hearing, if you're in this modality by which you're finally on the other side of something that you've worked so hard for, if somebody else arrives, I keep on hearing, if someone else arrives and articulates that they're ready, I keep on hearing, pay attention to the energy that was with you every step of the way versus energy that waited for you to finish something in order for them to try to begin with you, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing from one of your guides, it's awful, the timing is awfully convenient, isn't it? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, there you go. I keep on hearing healthy counterpart energy holds our dreams as they hold our own. They don't ridicule them. They don't diminish them. And I don't know why that keeps on coming up, but I just keep on seeing some kind of situation by which, like the ability, I keep hearing like the ability to apologize is, and I keep on hearing like accountability, like the ability to apologize, especially when someone owes you an apology. This is why it's important, right? Because I keep on hearing an apology shouldn't require an argument, or it shouldn't require you to prove something to another person. They should just believe you from the onset, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's really important, because I feel like I said, I feel like there's something very healthy relationship wise approaching you. I feel like I see a lot of changes for you this year, and they all feel very positive. But I think the hard part is like, pay attention to someone who tries to apologize only after an accomplishment, which is the understanding that like it should have been there the whole time. And I also am hearing like, hyperbole doesn't require years to get clarity, right? Like the space by which we say to another person, I didn't mean that. Like hyperbole happens in an instant. But often someone will try to amplify the fact that they were being hyperbolic when actually they've changed profoundly. And even in the space by which they articulate upon the fact that they're being hyperbolic, they're not accommodating for that. They're not taking accountability for the fact that of the past self and the fact that they've changed. Like let that reaffirm you as it relates to how you choose to receive an apology, is what I keep on hearing. All right, I'm going to keep on reading. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sonia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yes, no cake. And the thing with no cake is not everyone deserves a slice of you. Like you get to determine like what is proportional. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been dating and it's been challenging. I can see it. Actually, I'm going to be, oh my gosh, that's amazing. So that's the change I was seeing occupationally. Oh, congratulations. Absolutely. My ex was only superficially supportive and recently apologized. Thank you for confirmation. The list is open, Per. Yep. Yeah, it's good to hear the positive. No, it definitely, I want to say it feels like, I feel like and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing the positive change is stability. Like it feels like something becoming energetically stable. You're welcome, Sonia. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Are you ready to have that reading? How are you doing today, Nikki? Okay, thank you as well, Per. I've got you on the list as well. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And also, please remember, if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a past life you would like more information on, or if you have a dream you would like interpreted, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Nikki, I believe you said that did you say that the question is on the disco? Okay. It's a big woo, okay. You got a woo-woo reading for me. Oh, intriguing. All right, let me find it. All right, outside tea. Ooh, okay. Okay, got it. And I'm gonna pin up Nikki here, and it's outside tea. All right, guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Outside tea. I had a reading once from a person who reads souls, and they told me I had connection to the Andromeda galaxy. Basically, that I'm a starseed or earth angel that came from Andromeda. Last night, I watched a movie that was all about an alien from Andromeda galaxy, and literally the whole time I felt emotional and anxious. I felt some sort of strong connection. It was very powerful. This is something I haven't explored much, but it has stuck with me. And the emotional and bodily reaction I had last night to the movie is really intriguing. I think maybe it was a past life. Can you read on the potential of the past life, or why I felt such a strong connection to that character in the movie? Gotcha. All right, can I please get, and this would be that stray card. Thank you. Yes, and 3 cards, please. 2, and 1 more. So here's the thing. Do you remember how I've done a past life reading for you? And I articulated upon the fact that you were having a visage issue in your past life. You recall when you recall this, right? We were talking about the visage issue. The thing about the visage issue is when I said, and I need to stress this, when you bear a resemblance to that past life, I believe I've said that to you as well. You wanted to get away from the visage issue. Okay, the hurdle with it is what I keep on seeing. The hurdle with the visage issue is that when I articulate upon the fact that there was something energetically recognizable, I've got a guide that's stepping forward, that's trying to say that when you've got a situation, I keep wondering, when you've got a situation like yours, that when you've got a situation like yours where you're trying to get away from a visage issue, where you're very recognizable, or you don't like, and I kept on saying, remember when you were going through the space by which the past life, someone kept on saying to you, it's not advisable, you can't do that, your face is too important, you're the face of something, you're the energetic face of something. This is all I keep on hearing in the past life, literally all this, and every time, like the past life issue coming up, everything you heard in that past life, incredibly important. No, no, and what is the sound that you hear when you're incredibly important to something? No, 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 no. Right? I just see a situation by which someone kept on articulating all of the things you couldn't do because of how important your visage was. Right? The space by which you energetically represented something. So I see the fact that when you came into this experience, you made it really, really abundantly clear that you were like, I don't want any Like I don't want any of that massage issue to follow me here. Is what I keep on hearing. I don't want any of that massage issue to follow me into the experience. And that's when somebody said, well, we're going to have to go far afield. We're going to have to go far afield. We're going to have to go far afield. We're going to, because like a massage issue is solved by energetic proximity. And so when you energetically said in your Akashic, you're like, I don't want anybody, nobody will recognize me. They were like, okay, you look over there. You see that one? See that little one over there? Like that little one? That's where you can go. Is what I keep on seeing. It's the only, like, far out over there. Yeah, that is the only place we can really put you that you're not going to navigate the massage issue. Is what I keep on seeing. And even there, I keep on hearing, and even there might be the occasional awkward moment, depending on who is visiting, is what I keep on hearing. Depending on who is visiting. We can't control what other people go. But if you really want to make sure that massage issue is resolved, that's where we can put you. Is what I keep on seeing. So that's I mean, like, in answer to your question, like that is the energetic harmony point in relationality. But it's not, and I need, like, it's working through, because and I need to describe this, because like the obvious thing that they're working through, and I like to point this out, sometimes when we're working through past life, leaving experiences with the wrong lesson. And I keep on seeing that the reason that was coming through is because you had a real issue with your face. You got really, I feel like it was like you getting very frustrated by it. And that space by which you came to love yourself, right, is the space by which you didn't, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which you didn't have to effectively see yourself everywhere. Or not, it's not that you didn't have to see yourself everywhere, but you didn't have to have somebody constantly telling you all of the weight or all of the history that your face energetically carried. So that's why I feel like it was interesting, because like they wanted you to come, I feel like they wanted you to come back, like I said, bearing similarity, like very, 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 very similar, looking very, very, very similar to that experience. Because I keep on seeing that was almost like something energetically owed to you. And I keep on getting, but the only way they could effectively accomplish that was putting you in a place by which there wasn't a recollection point in relationality to like what that visage was, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. You know, the thing is, and the thing about it is, I keep on getting as well that the funny thing is that the visage issue is not the issue that you're experiencing right now. It's the accutation that was connected to the visage issue, right? So you're not having the visage issue, but you're getting to the source of the accutation, which is working towards the space of another person accuting you, right? So you're experiencing, the hard part is you're experiencing the fact that the accutation remains even without the visage issue, which is someone who tries to articulate the fact that you mean too much to them to be able to make some kind of energetic decision, is what I keep on seeing. So that's why I keep on hearing like the fact that you potentially working through something that's really getting under your skin is the space by which you potentially feel that uncanny familiarity in someone trying to articulate to you that you can't do something because they care about you and you're too important to them, and you literally having to say to another person, that's not what love is. Like you having to say to another person, like that is not love. That is something that you need to work out, is what I keep on seeing, because I keep on hearing love is the space by which we continue to flourish and thrive. It's not the space by which we energetically acute each other. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I've got one. Oh, Phoenix. Sending you so much support. That's really difficult, dear. Thank you as well. Woo woo is fun. Being honest, I think. Oh, sending you support, Phoenix. Thank you as well. Yes. Why am I laughing so much? Well, I feel like did you see the cards were wild that came out on it? Hi there, Blue Virgo. How are you doing today? And Bryzy, thank you for the follow. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. This is too funny. It is hilarious. Put on timeout. Yeah. To the galaxy. Yes. Rita, again, I'm not sure. I don't think anybody else is reporting glitching occurring. So you might need to check. You might want to check your connection. Okay, you can also find me on the place where we keep the videos and photos if you're having issues with this stream. Thank you for the follow, Rita. The sun in reverse, that's so on point for this. No, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. It's crazy because in the movie they kept telling her who she was, but she was in a different visage, you see? Yes. All right. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. It's definitely interesting, and it's interesting to. I just kept on seeing someone like. I just kept on seeing a guy going like, if we want to, just pointing like, yeah, you see that one, like going like that, like you see that one, like that one, yeah, that one, like that one. Hi there, Alexandra. How are you doing, dear? Okay, can I please get and thank you so much, guys. And again, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for our readings, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also include it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we're reading now for Alexandra. Hold on a minute. You said you posted it in the disco. Hold on a minute, please. QA, thank you. Got you. And it's outside. Before we continue, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Also, friends, we're at 29.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. All right. You're welcome, dear. Got it. All right, and this is outside tea. I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Make sure to give Alexandra some love. Oh, goodness. The past week in the workspace has been complicated. Suddenly I've been overwhelmed with the schedule wise, and I work in 3 different locations. It wasn't intentional, but I'm facing the reality of helping all 3 while not having enough days of the week to be in 3 spaces, let alone have a rest day. I know I'm called to make a decision on work-life boundaries, but I don't know which one to make the decision of letting go since I feel like it's the right thing to do. Okay. Okay. I would love a general reading on the trajectory of each location to help with decisions. Okay, thank you. Got it. All right. Can I please get, so again, the one thing I will articulate, the thing I'll articulate is we never want to be in the space. We never want to put our autonomy in the cards. But what we do want to do is but we can effectively recognize or identify what can help shape the direction, like the decision that you have to work through. So let's see here. Can I please get, 4 cards, 2 on, yes. Yeah. Thank you. All right, this is going to be the S, yeah, thank you. Okay, 1 second. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. So there's something I'm identifying that's incredibly significant. And and it's interesting too, because it's actually, I'm trying to read into your higher self here. And it's interesting because the message is coming from your higher self. And the higher self, the higher self is articulating that the decision that you need to make has to be based upon where you see yourself. Like where you find them is what I keep on seeing. Because, and I keep on getting that there's something about that and the reason that this is coming up is, and it's interesting that you're experiencing a locational issue, because I keep on hearing, like, it's funny because the higher self that I'm in, like, connecting to is articulating upon where you actually are right now. If that is somewhere that you are choosing, like, I feel like, is the situation with the locations, or are you tied to the location that you're currently in, is what I keep on seeing. They keep on saying, is it a locational issue or an issue of position? Because I don't know because they keep on, like, the higher self is articulating upon the fact that something about where they energetically settle down, right? Like, I keep on hearing, like, let the determination point on where you aspire to be in the long term guide your decision in relationality to where it is you're energetically going, is what I keep on getting. And there's something really, I feel like there's something important about that, because I keep on hearing, is it a locational issue? Is it a locational issue, or is it really a position issue? Which is effectively the articulation in terms of like where do you see them? So the thing I would contemplate, and I keep on hearing, like, the hard part about it, especially when I read these cards, is there's like, I've got a 5 of Pentacles here with the Hermit, and the nine of Wands here with the 7 of Cups in its reversal. So, like, walking through those two determination points is, if this is a circumstance or situation by which you feel very, very energetically comfortable where you are, and you don't feel like like you're leaving something anytime soon. Like, if if being able to, I keep on hearing, in being able to do something that feels energetically convenient is the aspiration, then I feel like the first choice is feeling like one that almost allows you healthier boundaries in relationality to having, like I keep on hearing, like, the healthy boundary issue in relationality to what you give towards it versus how you pull back. Um, the second energy, and this is what's so hard for me, is it's got windfall energy on it. And the thing with windfall is it feels like it's going to expand. It feels like it's going to get bigger. It feels like your role is going to increase, which again could be a positive thing if that's what you're energetically looking for. So that's what I'd say in terms of, like, I feel like the conversation that you need to have with the higher self is what that day to day looks like. Because if you want, like, I keep on hearing, if you want something that doesn't feel like, I keep on hearing, if you want something that feels more like the healthy, like I keep on hearing, like, the articulation of something that you leave and then you go back to, and you don't necessarily, like, build into a lot of intensity to it. Like, that first place feels like that's the place that is respective of that. The second, like, the second feels like it's, like, I keep on hearing, like, a deepening, like a deepening of an energetic role, like something that feels like it keeps on, like, growing and flourishing, which again could be a positive, unless, I keep on hearing, unless you don't want something to expand in that way, in which it could feel like it's overwhelming or overcrowding into your personal life, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with you see, like, this is what the higher self kept saying. Is this a location issue, or is this a position issue? Is there flexibility as to where you are? Is there somewhere that you wish to remain? Because I keep on getting something about you feeling like, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which the question about this seems to be returning. The higher self just keeps on returning back to asking if there's any portability in terms of where you are, if there's something that you like, do you find yourself, like, in a place by which you hope to remain, or is there somewhere else that you're aspiring to go? Let that effectively, don't, I keep wondering, don't, like, let that I keep wondering, like, let that meditation on contemplating where the higher self is also inform the energetic decision. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you get on the list, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semilayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Yaz? Hold on. I appreciate the support. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Hi there, Carolyn. Thank you for the compliment. And thank you as well, Isabella. Fair. I think I want to move. Okay, that's what I keep on saying. Let that help inform the decision. And thank you. Okay, perfect. All right. All right. That said, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Per. I do need to step away before we continue the reading. But if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I'll be back in just a moment and we'll continue our readings. All right. Let's get back to it. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. We are also at 32K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And hold on a moment. Perfect. Okay, let's get to it. Not the goose. I was going to say goose last reading as well. No worries, no worries. Per. All right, where were we? All right, we're doing a dream on the disco. Okay, what do we got here? And is this inside tea or outside tea? And guys, I'm going to pin up Per here. Make sure to give Per some love. Okay. Dream this week, outside tea. First fragment wasn't a dream. Before falling asleep, I saw an elder man sitting in a chair. He said literally to me, "You will have to clean the SHIT," or maybe he said, "We will have to clean the SHIT. Who is this fella?" And he made me open my eyes and laugh. The next fragment, I was in a hospital environment. I was actually healing the bobcat and getting medicine for the animal. Everyone thought it was a bobcat, though I knew and saw that it was a Maine Coon cat instead. Driving in a very fancy car of an old ex-boyfriend through the back alleys of shady places to go out. While getting out to dispose of a big bag of trash. The car started to fall apart on the driver's side. The only thing visually beautiful and decorated was the seatbelt. That I remember very well. It's funny that the dream started by the man telling me to get rid of the SHIT and ends with me literally throwing away the garbage. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. And one more. So the dream is effectively a dream about navigating our shadow work, right? And in the first part of the dream, we see, like you articulated, that you had this vision of an old man sitting in a chair, and they said to you, "We have to clean the, you know," and I need to point this out. They immediately, you have no idea who this person is, but they're employing a lot of foul language, right? They're giving you the indication that you have to clean up something that is messy. And then they said, "Who is this fella?" Right? And what's interesting about that is it is it's a contemplation, and it's funny too because the guides were utilizing that energetically to understand that that is the perfect articulation in a way of what it feels like to do shadow work, right? It's the observation that there's something that is an energetic problem, and then it's the identification point that the problem needs to be resolved. But even in the space by which the person themselves said, "Who is this fella?" Right? Who are they talking about? Were they talking about someone outside of the self, or were they talking to themselves? Like the fact that they didn't even recognize themselves, because it's like the space by which they were saying potentially what you were thinking in your head, being like, "Who are you and what are you talking about? And why are you coming here with this odd request?" Right? So it's the identification point in terms of of recognizing, like, that is like a guide that is very elegantly showing you like the amplification of what it feels like to do shadow work, because it's trying to understand whose SHIT is it. Is it yours or is it theirs? Because that articulates the responsibility in relationality to what it is that you need to do to work to resolve it. You then identified the fact that you said in the next fragment, you are in a hospital environment. And you said that you were healing a bobcat and getting medicine for the animal, but everyone thought it was a bobcat, but you knew and saw it was a Maine Coon cat instead. And this is also a conversation as it relates to shadow work, right? Because often the space by which we navigate others' projections, right, can be the space by which others try to tell us, right? They try to diagnose what's wrong, right? They try to tell us like this is what the energetic problem is. But, and this is the thing that we see that's interesting about it, the fact that you said that you knew it was a Maine Coon cat, right? The amplification, right, is easy there, because the nice thing about that is it's easy to prove, right? Like in the example that they state, like in the first one, and they're showing you all the different levels of what happens in relationality to working through an energetic problem. In the first one, you have that hard point by which you can't determine even what someone is talking about. You don't know enough about them. So it's the understanding that often the space by which another person gives you their opinion, right? The observation of understanding that it is an opinion, and the reason that an opinion becomes backed, like the validity of an opinion, has to do with the integrity of the person that is giving it. So in the first part, we see the fact that the space by which another person is telling you that there's something rotten, right? But you don't take it into energetic credit, because you're like, that remains to be seen, right? It remains to be seen. You're not taking it off of authority because there's no authority there, which is why the guide says, who is this fella? Because they're almost like repeating what you're saying, like what you're potentially saying in your own head, which is the observation of another person's like an unbiased opinion without backing is just that. Like, we don't take unbiased opinions, we take them as observations. Then you got the second level, which talks about the space of, again, you're in a practical application when somebody is diagnosing something and you can see something different. The beauty of a situation like the one you dictate is it's very easy to prove the difference between one thing and another. Like in the tangible space, when others are projecting something, you can be like, no, look, like these are all the indications that this is really something other than that, right? And so the ability to understand and identify that the authority point comes from the base work of knowledge, right? If another person did not know what a Maine Coon cat was, it would be very easy to see one and to assume it was a bobcat. Because I don't know if you guys have ever seen a Maine Coon cat. They're huge. They're massive. I think they're actually bigger than bobcats. I actually think they're bigger than bobcats. They're massive. So it's very reasonable when you don't have the understanding to reinterpret or disambiguate things based upon the lack of a knowledge base. So even in the experience by which you're in a hospital, because that's the thing I need to point out, you weren't in a veterinary clinic, right? You weren't in a veterinary clinic, because if you're in a veterinary clinic, somebody would immediately be like, that is a Maine Coon. But when you bring something into a hospital that isn't the prioritization point of what it is that they have an expertise upon, it's easy to jump to an assumption instead because they're lacking the vital knowledge base. So it's talking about the significance and the importance of nuanced intelligence because it helps us recognize niches. Then you get into the third part. And this is a combination of the two spaces. You said you were driving in a fancy car of an old ex-boyfriend through the back alleys of shady places to go out. Okay? Now, let's look at the incongruity of what we see that is happening in that dream space. You have a very fancy car, so the relationship that looks good on paper, right? Something that looks absolutely lovely on paper, but really it's very, very difficult because what others see, right? What others see that looks perfect, they don't know the places you're going in that perfect relationship. They don't experience the difficulties or the hurdles or the emotionality of any kind of experiences that may have occurred in relationality to fear or fear-based mindsets. And then you said, while you were getting out to dispose of a big bag of trash, the car started to fall apart on the driver's side, right? So what happens in the space by which you articulate that the car started to fall apart on the driver's side? This could potentially be speaking towards, and you said the only thing visually beautiful and decorated was the seatbelt. So this could potentially be articulating upon the fact that you potentially were in kind of this could talk about past relationships that you're working to heal from. There, wherein everything looked perfectly fine to others, but really that everything was kind of falling apart at the seams. Or even more significantly, the person that you were in the relationship with was becoming less and less energetically reliable because you were talking about the fact that you said things were starting to fall apart in the driver's side, which is the space by which, again, it's like not something that you can control if you weren't the one that's effectively driving the car. But obviously, this is why the relationship was falling apart, because if you felt like another person kept on steering, right? If you felt like the relationship was such that the person kept on steering things into negative spaces, it can create the feeling of something that often creates the space by which you feel energetically uncontrolled to be able to do something about it. And the fact that you articulated that you were doing the work to dispose of the bag of garbage, that was you potentially doing the heavy lifting. You were trying to keep your side clean, right? You were doing everything you could to keep your side of something clean. You were doing everything you could to try to keep your side of something energetically viable. But again, if there isn't healthy communication, that can sometimes create those modalities or those moments that feel like, I keep on hearing, that feel like they create conflict, because while you, like, you're not seeing that the person on the driver's side is doing that, so you're working very fastidiously to try to repair something, while another person is just, again, like, effectively, like, driving the relationship. I hear you, like, driving the relationship into a ditch or into those dark places. So it's like often creating like the difficulty point in terms of what it is that you're both aspiring to do or to go into. You said the only thing was visually beautiful and decorated was the seat belt. And the reason that we see that you said that the seat belt was effectively clear is because you were the seat belt, right? Like, you were the safety net. If you said that you were doing everything you could to take out the energetic trash in those modalities or those experiences, right? Like, that observational point, the reason that the seatbelt looked so good was because, again, that was what you were doing. You were doing your shadow work, right? So this is a culmination of understanding the significance and being able to do shadow work in that way. It's not the observation that things don't get difficult, but the facilitation in relationality to whose responsibility it is to be able to navigate through difficulty points that help to calibrate where the effective work is. If it's something that you, right, the first question that we return back to with the old man in the chair, which is, again, giving an energetic opinion and then saying, there's something that needs to be cleaned up, and then saying, who is this fella? Like, who is this fella is actually like and again, this brings us to the car situation, which is saying, again, the observation of them saying, whose fault was it that energetic relationship fell apart? Was it the space by which we see you facilitating to try to remove the like, to make things easier, or try to repair something, or like through another person that is perpetually moving it into darker and shadier spaces, is what we keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 10 of Wands in its upright. So with working through the 10 of Wands in its upright, it has a lot to do. A healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually shared, right? The condition, and that's a problem with it. Often there are relationships that we can experience that they look good, right? They look the way that we would aspire our manifestation goal to look. And this is why we don't get too strongly attached to energetic appearances. Because if a relationship looks good, but the desire of the person that we're in the relationship with it does not mutually share the manifestation goal that we ourselves are trying to work towards, it can often feel like the space by which you're driving a really fancy car into darker and darker spaces, because it's the observation of the relationship that doesn't feel like it's going somewhere. It's just not going in the direction that you hoped or aspired that it would. So that's why we see that's very interesting that the guide appeared to you as that older gentleman who was talking about excrement and then saying, who is this fella? Because the fella has to do like the space by which we understand that the authenticity of manifestation goals are the space and place by which our words match our action. It's not enough to just say that we aspire for something, but we're doing the work to show the fact that we're in the work of attaining it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're healing from relationships where somebody, like, when you articulated about the direction of the relationship, there's somebody like nodding their head and being like, I want that too. And then being like, well, if you want that too, why do we keep on driving in the opposite direction? Right? Like, why do we, if that's what you aspire for, why do we keep on going further and further from where it is that we're articulating that we're supposed to be going? So I feel like a lot of that work that's effectively arriving there is helping you. It's interesting because it's helping you build confidence in trusting your judgment, because the observable thing in relationality to those experiences has to do with expertise, right? Like the expertise in relationality to the understanding that when we are, again, and that's why you first saw the hospital, when we're in a healthy space, we leave room for the things that we don't know, right? When we're not, like when we're out of our expertise, we can tell that we're right, because we often say like, this is beyond my wheelhouse, right? Like this is beyond, like this is energetically beyond what I can give you, right? We leave that leverage point and understanding that we're being reasonable. And then we also, so that's showing the reason that you potentially bring to situations. And meanwhile, we see the space by which if you're doing the work to facilitate something being repaired, but it keeps getting worse, it's not the space by which it's something that you're failing to. It's questioning whether someone is doing the same work with you. So we keep on seeing that a lot of that mutuality is articulated in helping you. I keep on hearing helping you heal shadow work, where you may have been taking an overwhelming, too large a burden of responsibility of things potentially going wrong, right? Because that is the space by which we effectively see circumstances or situations by which, like in the dream space, is like the ability to kind of like the clear seeing that's helping you understand and recognize like the path work by which you're working to recover from something, while also helping you understand the healthy, like I keep on hearing healthy intentions don't go far if you don't have mutual manifestations, because you can do every, I keep on hearing you could take all, you could take all the garbage out of the car for all of infinity, but if someone continues to drive the car in worse and worse places, it's not that it's ever going to get clean, it's only going to get worse, right? So it's the understanding of being able to recognize what feels energetically viable to help you build into healthy relationship as you proceed forward. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. And I need to point this out too, actually, Per, I have to include this too. It's not just built upon manifestation, but also in an ugly way of looking at the world, right? Like the space by which I keep on hearing, like the space by which another person, I keep on hearing the expletives that person was articulating, right? Like that heaviness. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy kind of working through those calibrations, that I keep on hearing like the ability of the self to identify and recognize that the shape by which we perceive things can also be like, I keep on hearing someone who has too cynical a view to be able to aspire towards a manifestation, right? There's something really important that's coming through in that, in terms of like some kind of ugly cynicism, right? There's a little bit of that type of energy there as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me again, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 33.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're topping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. 1 moment. Yes, there was someone with a bobcat in the dream as well. Interesting. Yeah, no, I want to know who this, I want to know who this man is. Exactly. Absolutely. Well, the thing about like, yeah, the thing is that that individual was the person who was in the car with you. Yeah, I've been through it. Sending you so much support, Phoenix. Yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful thing to say, Phoenix. Well, hopefully we're building a world where we don't have to be so tough. And Stormy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. It's fascinating how often you have cat-related dream symbols. No, but this is why I like to do continuing work with clients in the dream space, because we often see the same symbols arising. They're showing me the same thing for months now, but with different visuals. But that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like they're helping you see different facets of working through something to a certain extent. Yeah, I was very proud at first driving. I was very proud at first driving such a cool vehicle until it fell apart. That's actually crazy because the things fell apart, but your guides had you with the seatbelt. Yeah. The confirmation for this reading is I'm suddenly getting calls and the live is glitching a lot. Oh my goodness. Well, you'll be able to find that over, you'll be able to find it over on the place where we keep the videos as well. Yeah, very true about past relationships. Yeah, driving till everything falls apart. Yes. And again, Rita, you keep on articulating that that things are glitching on your end. I can only ask you. You might need to restart the app. I can't help you with your connection. You're so welcome, Per. No, I mean the thing is, I mean the thing about it is, it's. I feel like it's trying to show you. Yeah, the dream itself is trying to show you the nature of what's in your power to control versus what's in your power to be attentive to. Is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like that is what, like, I feel like that's why the dream is showing that to you. Yeah, you can't make them move forward in direction no matter who they are. Yeah, I personally dream of the ocean a lot, but I'm also right by it. I need to do more dream reads. Yeah, we can. There's a lot of significance that we see in dreams that are related to the ocean. The reading is done. Oh, wow. And the glitching. Oh, that's wild. No problem, Per. Absolutely. And thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support in your journey. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. And the next person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, please remember, if you would like access to our subscriber-only disco channel, you can send me a disco gift, and I'll send you that. I'll send you that invitation. If you are interested in learning more or getting a discount code for our class program next week, message me the word class. And if you're interested in learning more about our trip, message me the word trip. Okay, how you doing, dear? Question on the disco. I got you. Okay. I am now looking right now for Addison's question. Bear with me. All right, I got you. Ooh, okay, excellent. And before we continue, just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. Also, friends, we are at 33.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, what do we have here? And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And we've got, I'm going to pin up Addison here. Okay. Guys, make sure to give Addison some love. Outside tea. Hi. So glad I could make it to the live today. I'm glad you could too, dear. While sitting at my desk, looking at all of my project yesterday, I was called to grab a piece of malachite, the piece that was given to me by a bone witch, and initiated some intense past life work earlier this year. So I reckon this is a moment to check in with the past life. I went to visit them my partner, while sleeping in their bed. I woke up on Thanksgiving morning knowing that I dreamt, oh, my own death in this life. I woke up knowing what it was and feeling like there was no fear, just peace, and very distinctly felt the dream slip away into my subconscious mind. It is very much that kind of stuff. My life's purpose and calling has become very clear in the course of the last year. The day I told my mentor I was interested in becoming a death doula as part of that integrated work, and the same day, one of my partner's closest maternal figures was told, oh, they had no further treatment available and went into hospice care. When we visited a few days, I told her a bit about my journey, and she asked me to practice my energy work with her. I was initiated by a mentor, and I did that work with her before she passed on, something I hadn't practiced outside of my own personal energy work. She was very receptive, and it was profoundly moving for both of us. I would like to connect with that past life about the lessons we have learned about doing this work and what I need to know as I move forward. And as always, thank you. You're welcome, dear. All right, can I please get 4 cards? Highest party messages, please. All right. I mean, it's very, very interesting because like the past life I'm energetically connecting to, um, there was more. I keep on hearing there was more. I need to stress it felt more like an energy, like they're trying to articulate about the fact that there was something more akin to a celebration, is what I keep on getting. You know? And I feel like that is what's difficult. Um, in relationality to something that I see versus I keep on getting like I feel like the hard part about something in relationality to something here. Um, I feel like there's it's interesting too because the past life I'm connecting to is like they're very exuberant. They're incredibly exuberant. Like they're incredibly exuberant. They're incredibly bubbly. Um, and I feel like I feel like that is the and it's interesting even in the space by which you felt like called to connect to Malachite, because I'm sure you're aware of the fact that like Malachite has this ability of like allowing us to kind of see the past with more clarity. Um, like the hard part with the work that I see has more to do with working through some kind of feeling of I feel like it's working through the energy of dread is what I keep on getting. You know? Like it's working through a lot of that energy there. And I keep on seeing that the reason I keep on getting this is because they're articulating that in the past there was much more of an energetic connection in relationality to being able to realize that there was more around the self than the self, right? I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing someone and I feel like I see them, talking like voluminously. And then they used to do a lot of work talking voluminously. I keep on hearing they were saying the past is alive. But the reason they keep on saying the past is alive is the fact that they're saying the past is alive because they're saying that they feel it, that they experience it, that it hasn't gone anywhere. And so I keep on getting when it's, when you build into the recognition and the understanding of being able to feel the past that is alive, right? Like I see like that felt like, I feel like it was the modality by which there was something that felt more akin to a feeling of peace that could be kind of shared with others, because it didn't require the space to be proven. you know I keep on hearing it didn't require the space to be proven, but rather something that was energetically observed, is what I keep on getting. um I feel like the hard thing, I feel like you'll often have, if you're connecting with this past life, is not, I keep on hearing, not bringing that same, not like, I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to like, and this is often what happens. You have to like mitigate, you have to mitigate the understanding of that to calibrate for how others feel it, is what I keep on seeing. It's different work now, is what I keep on getting, because so I keep on hearing so much of that work that we see is more, I keep on getting, of it's more in the shape of helping, like I feel like it's more in the shape of helping others recognize and understand. And I keep on hearing like building into the context of grief. And I keep on getting that, and I keep, it's interesting because I feel like that's what the past life is articulating. They're saying there's more grief surrounding something now, which makes it so much harder, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of energy, the feeling of I keep on hearing the last thing anybody wants to receive is someone grieving them, like as they're still here, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like there's the modality of, I keep on hearing like the work that you'll do is potentially, I feel like there's something about the work you do potentially eventually extending to helping others. Like it doesn't feel so much about helping. It's like the nature of the work is not so much as much helping someone specifically on just the journey, but helping others understand how someone would prefer something to be carried, is what I keep on seeing. The honor, I keep on hearing, and I keep on hearing being returned back to the original meaning of the word honor. Honor means is not the way that we choose to carry something, right? Honor is not the way that we choose to carry something. It is the expression of how another asks us to carry it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that is a little bit of the rigor point that is like that is a little bit of the rigor point that I see is difficult in something that you're experiencing, because I almost see the space by which another person, like helping another person understand that, you know, like almost you, I keep wondering, like I almost see situations by which you're communicating to another person the wishes, like the wishes of another in relationality to how they would aspire to be approached, or how they would aspire others to receive it. And so I feel like I keep on hearing that, like remember, like the work now requires the conveyance of wishes, but I keep on hearing the conveyance of wishes, not even to, I keep on hearing, don't think it's so much about the conveyance of wishes as it relates to somebody departing, but how somebody wishes something to be held in the experience by which they're still actively living, is what I keep on hearing. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, and I keep on getting like it's interesting too, because it's speaking upon, I keep on hearing, it's funny, I keep on hearing living will, but I keep on hearing the living will, which is like and I keep on hearing like the space by which we articulate to another and saying, this is how I would like life to move around the self in the context of something, right? Like the ability to articulate like the ideal situation of building into the present is what I keep on seeing. In some way, shape, or form, I actually keep on seeing that your past life is saying that this was something that they didn't have to worry about, is what I keep on seeing. I don't know. It's interesting because I keep on seeing this past life in a culture that had, I keep on hearing a past life that had a culture in a very rich, I keep on hearing a past that had a culture in a very rich, um, like sacrament is what I keep on getting. And when a culture is rich in a sacrament, then you don't need to explain to someone why something's sacred, because they just get it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I keep on hearing the fact that the past life is almost articulating the fact that it's more difficult, specifically and particularly because I feel like a lot of the energy, um, you can't build sacredness into something that you energetically avoid thinking about, is what I keep on hearing. Right? I keep on hearing them say the same thing. There's no room for sacredness in the space by which we don't articulate upon, like in the space by which we articulate upon something in such a way, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of that. Like I keep on hearing that's the hard part about it. Like there's a lot, I keep on hearing there's a lot more shadow work connected to it now, which is a lot of the space by which another person is like, you know what I mean? Like it's something that's hard for them to see. So I feel like this is how you can help them with that, is helping. I keep on hearing I keep on hearing like helping them see the sacred in something that they're energetically trying to avoid, right? And so I feel like that's a lot of the shape of the work there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you guys. We're at 36K. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. You're so welcome, Per. And thank you as well. The list right now, Lisa, you'll be the next one on it. 111, past is alive. And I feel like, and here's the thing, I feel like you understand that, you know? Like I feel like I feel like it's easier. I feel like the gift is it's much easier for you, because I wouldn't be surprised if you have a lot of, I mean, everything I'm seeing in this reading, like I feel like this is like I feel like this is you kind of like building into the experience of having a connection to spirit, you know? Yeah, this keeps coming up. The cultural fear. Yeah, that's the hard part about it. I even have to send. That's what I meant. Like that's the thing about it. And I think that that's might be hard, because with that past life, the past life, I can see the past life going like this, because it's like the past life that they require censoring here, because like I see the fact that like I like when I was reading into the exuberance point of that past life, like the thing about like like that's the thing, like it's not it's very very different. Like we could definitely, again, that's the type of work that I do in mentorships and relationality, to like drilling down into the culture or situation by which someone was navigating through that, because they were like that energy. Like I even see it, like they recognize it, though I need to point it out, you know. Yep, thank you. I got you on the list, Lisa. Yeah, thank you. A lot of great confirmation. This is it's very much family work. But the funny thing about the family work is if you have a deep connection with that past version of self, I feel like it's hard because it's almost like it's working through the frustration of the culture that you're in currently that doesn't, I keep on hearing that the culture that you're in currently that doesn't share the sacredness of something. Like that's the hard part about that. Yeah, I do. I understand that. Happy to read for you on that, Steph. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You got the dream interpretation on the disco. Perfect. And just a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything. And I gotta point out, there's something about that past life, Addison. They could tell the future. They were like whatever that past they were like. I gotta tell you, like that past life I'm reading on. They I don't know if you picked up on this, but they could read the future. Yeah, because they were talking to me in the present. All right, let's continue right now. Like it was very like when I sometimes that's how I can usually tell when I'm reading on like I'm doing a past life reading on someone who can read in the future because they're like, hi. They're like, hi. They were like they were having a conversation. It was actually hard to read because it was like they were trying to have a conversation. They were trying to have a conversation with me. I was like, and thank you, Jazzy, for the follow. Okay, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, hold on a minute. And thank you guys. We're at 36.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll gift a reading back to the collective. They're really lovely. All right, continuing. Hold on a moment. Oh, welcome, Jazzy. Thank you for the follow. Okie dokie. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation reading next. And just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you just need to put that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. And we've got it. Ooh! Okay, we're doing a partner dream. Okay. And it's outside tea, but before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Also, please remember, if you are becoming a super fan, if you just became a super fan and would like access to our super fan only disco channel, just hit the orange icon and send me a disco gift. I'll be happy to send you an invitation. If you would like information on, if you'd like a discount on our class happening next week, message me the word class. And if you would like a information on the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. If you need to wait till 1:30, yeah, we can do that. I can start doing 1 cards, Lisa, unless anybody else wants to get on the list right now. I'll also point out if anybody's on the hold list, has a reading held, and would like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right. No problem. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so while we wait for Lisa to get comfortable, we're going to start 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, go ahead and hit that superfan button at the top of the screen. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. In the meantime, if you want to get on the list for a full reading, the list is open. You will be the next person read for. All right. And just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. All right. You're so welcome, dear. All right. 1 card for creative on clarity, on internal processes, on love. I feel like there's something important in relationality to your manifestation goals are not going to scare away anyone who shares them with you. Your manifestation goals are not going to scare away anyone who shares them with you. And I keep on getting, but bottom of the deck, you don't have to lead with them. You know, I feel like I keep on hearing, especially if you're going through a lot of these experiences where somebody's like, I want that too. I want that too. Like, I keep on hearing no drone energy, which is somebody who doesn't, who you don't, that's why, like, if you're trying to get away from like the drone of someone saying, I want that too, be like, tell me what it is that you're aspiring for in partnership. What are you looking for in a relationship? And if they just say, I want a relationship, be like, that's not enough. What is your ideal? I keep wondering, what is your ideal day in a relationship? Walk me through it, right? Being able to articulate upon what those aspirations are, not just the fact that someone would like one, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide related to that. Yeah, especially with the bee energy. I feel like I see a lot of that work in terms of you working towards and facilitating upon. Like, I just keep on getting you speaking like I think that there's something really I keep on hearing like not someone like someone who wants to I keep on hearing not someone who's looking to change their life, but someone who's looking to share it with you is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing life-changing partnerships are not the space by which we say my life would be changed dramatically with the right person. It's the observation of being able to have that ability of create. Like, I keep on hearing the observation of not, like, I keep on hearing there's no waiting for the right person when we are the right person, right? We identify and recognize what we create it in our, we create the, I keep wondering, we create the life that we aspire to live in the context of finding another person to share a partnership with. I keep on seeing it's giving a little bit of look around energy, which is the space by which, like, I keep on seeing if someone's very comfortable in their solitude, but they're articulating that they want relationship, make sure I keep wondering, make sure that they're looking, make sure that they're looking for an enmeshed relationship, which is saying, like, what level of enmeshment are you seeking, is what I keep on getting. All right. Alexandra, one card on the heaviness you're feeling. I feel like there's something significant in relationality to the heaviness, in terms of them potentially recognizing how something might, like, how they must have appeared to you, is what I keep on getting. I keep on hearing that heaviness is gravitas. Yeah. Like the 10, like the 10, like, I'm getting like the 10 of wands, like the 10 of wands in its reversal. I can see somebody, like, I feel like it's somebody kind of working through a point of being energetically mortified about something, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like, I see somebody who, like, I almost see somebody rereading something in relationality and being energetically mortified. I keep on hearing, like, being energetically mortified in the context or in the experience by which I keep on seeing, like I almost see somebody that, like, I see some kind of situation where somebody was not realizing how pushy they were being, is what I keep on seeing. You know, it's like somebody seeing, like, I feel like somebody's seeing something from your side of something is what I keep on getting, you know? Okay. And thank you again for the follow, Jazzy. All right. I'm afraid I don't take that form. Well, actually, so Phoenix, I take STRIPE, which I think takes that, if that helps. Yeah. All the payment forms are, all the donation forms are on my site, dear. Okay. You're welcome. Yeah, did you see like the Ten of Wands, right? How could, it's like somebody going through a how could I? All right, one card for Julia, highest and best regarding connection. Um, I mean, it feels like I feel like there's a sense of energetic care there. You know, there's a lot of care there, but yeah, again, the ten of it's not like it's not a question of love, it's a question of manifestation goals, you know, like sometimes I feel like I feel like I see somebody who's very anchored to a location is what I keep on getting, you know, and when someone's anchored to a location, you know, it's the observation, like it's like the observation of, like, again, yeah, like judgment and its reversal, like it's I keep on hearing you can't, like, if someone's anchored to a location, then when if they try to move somewhere, they feel out of their element. I keep on hearing like we want to make transition, like location choices should be met with mutual excitement, right? Not, I keep on getting like, not that feeling of like dread is what I keep on seeing, you know? All right. And Tracy, thank you for the follow. Ava, one card on the person. We've got the Nine of Cups. So, I mean, I see somebody, I mean, I feel like I see somebody that's working through some kind of energetic expansion. But I keep on getting that energetic expansion is like, I feel like I see them kind of communicating to another person exactly how they, like, yeah, like it's giving me big idea energy, you know? Like I see somebody in a space of contemplation, but trying to figure out how to facilitate something is what I keep on getting. It's giving me a lot of percolation. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, ooh, we got two coming out. Like the cat energy, but the blackbird. I would be really, like, the thing is, whoever I'm reading here, it's very they're very conscientious in terms of who they let in. Is what I keep on getting. Like I see somebody, like navigating situations or scenarios by which they've been, I keep on hearing situations or scenarios by which they've been hurt before. And so I keep on, I feel like I see, like, if this person holds themselves, like, I keep wondering if this whole person holds themselves like at a bit of a distance. I keep on hearing it's not because they don't care, but it's like they're just very, very careful with their heart space, is what I keep on seeing. Hi there, Tracy. Oh, Ella, one card, please. I keep on hearing, I don't want you to think about, like, I feel like it's interesting that you articulated the word disappointments, right? Because I keep on hearing if these are modalities or experiences by which you're navigating disappointment, the sound of disappointment is the place of new beginnings, is what I keep on hearing. Like the shape of disappointment is often the architecture by which new traditions form, is what I keep on getting too. So bottom of the deck, yeah, especially I keep on hearing, especially with the two of swords in its upright, you know, I keep on seeing calibrate disappointments for the excitement on new traditions. Bottom of the deck, animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially I feel like especially with the horse. I keep on hearing like no D word is what I keep on hearing. New tradition is what I keep on hearing. New tradition is what I keep on hearing. Allowing for the sacredness of a new tradition to help balance any energetic disappointment that you may be feeling at this time. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Yes, this person is a karmic relationship, so the energy is complicated. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Julia. The bee. Yeah, like it's like I feel somebody. Um, it feels like it's. I keep on hearing it's hard. It's hard to love somebody with with a very small comfort zone, right? Like I keep on getting like that. That's sometimes like I feel like I see somebody that's in like a bit of that hermit energy. It's not impossible, right? But it can sometimes, I keep wondering, it can sometimes create energetic challenges, especially, I keep wondering, especially if you're more extroverted, you know? Yeah, good vibes. 2 cards. Yep, I got you, dear. Yep, I know, I got you extra card. Highest priority in love, please. Um, this like Ace of Swords does not want to stay in the deck today when it comes to love. I feel like this is, when we're in healthy relationship, it moves very quickly, is what I keep on seeing. When we're in healthy relationship, it moves very quickly. And I think that that's the thing that might kind of like throw you. I keep on saying like the next relationship you're in, like I feel like you're going to be kind of thrown by how quickly it moves, because I keep on seeing like when we feel that sense of certainty, like the feeling of waiting on something, it just feels like, I keep on hearing it seems absurd, you know? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like there's something I feel like there's something really important in relationality to, I don't know if this is you healing from someone that was energetically dragging their feet, right? Um, like that tries to articulate like this is what like the absurdity of someone, like when you recognize the absurdity of someone who drags their feet and then says that you're moving too quickly, and then everything breaks because they articulate that you're moving too quickly. That is usually amplification of someone that does not truly desire the same manifestation goals as we do. Because when we want the same manifestation goals and we move quickly, we say yay. We don't say whoa. We say yay. We don't say whoa. We say I can't wait. Like it's like it feels breathtaking. It doesn't feel devastating, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's like, I feel like the relationship that's coming towards you, like I feel like you might be the one that's kind of like surprised at how quickly like it moves. But I keep on hearing it moves quickly when someone wants the same things as you do. You're welcome, Julia. Okay. And thank you for the follow, Tracy. Okay. Perception, perspective. Interesting, Phoenix. Yeah, that horse. You're so welcome, Ella. I would love creating new traditions this time of year. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you as well, Julia. One card for Ivana. Highest priority, please, with spiritual journey. All right. And looking forward to our class later tonight, dear. One card, please. It's interesting because I feel that there's something important. I feel like there's something important in relationality to your guide work right now of not wanting to overwhelm you, right? Like I feel like there's something about the space of like working at your leisure, which is the observation of something that feels like it's energetically supportive to you, doesn't feel like it's energetically overwhelming you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the 10, like especially with the 10 of swords. I think that there's something really intriguing with that 10 of swords energy as it relates to, I keep on getting, as it relates to um, it's interesting. Like I keep on, there's something very attenuated that's happening there. And what I'm basically seeing is it's working through circumstances or experiences by which and it has a lot to do with that dream that we were talking about. Um, there's like an attenuated block that you've navigated right now that has to do with your journey, and I keep on seeing like the block is there that can be lifted, but it just requires you to be strong enough to remove it. And I keep on seeing like the reason that you put it there was because the ability to effectively identify how you do is important to it's something that's important to your Akashic is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the goose. I feel like this is a continuation of work in terms of really connecting to your higher self right now, because I just keep on getting that there was something about that past life and being able to attenuate to something that you're working on learning in this one that's going to feel much like an act of remembering is what I keep on hearing. Like it's interesting too because it almost says the higher self is cheering you on as you learn to do something that they are an expert in. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, and again looking forward to our class this evening. Hold on a minute. Yes, can I ask a question? Oh, my definition of a counterpart? Yeah, it's a great question. I'll be happy to answer it. So I like to point out a counterpart. A counterpart energy is someone that is energetically, that allows the ability of a shared manifestation goal, right? The observation and being able to work towards something. And again, in healthy relationship, healthy counterpart energy is someone who holds us in the same way that we ourselves do, and we aspire towards the same manifestation goal. So we're working towards the same unified experiences. And that there's many different terms for it, but that's why when we talk about a counterpart connection, there's definitely different. I need to point this out. Not all counterpart connections are alike, right? We have counterpart connections that we can experience in friendship. We have counterpart connections that we can experience in professional space. We have counterpart connections that we can experience in the space of love and intimacy. The health of a relationship is directly proportional to our awareness in terms of how we stand within it. So when we talk about a healthy counterpart connection, it's understanding not just the space by which what another person means to us, but what we mean to them as well. And that's why we always have to be wary. We usually typically recognize that relationships that are moving in an unhealthy direction are ones that lack awareness or clarity in relationality to where we stand with one another. And so the observation that clarity is the focal point. This is how we build into a life that doesn't require us to spend all of our time, effort, and energy in trying to perseverate in terms of where we stand with one another, that allows us the ability to do something energetically exceptional, right? Like once we're able to kind of move into that, we're able to effectively proceed forward in a way that allows us to basically identify and recognize what those unified manifestation goals are. I hope that helps, dear. Yep. Oh, thank you, Tracy. One card, highest priority for Avatar, please. Okay. We've got the Magician card. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like, Avatar, I see you in the process right now of working to create something, you know? I feel like I see you kind of stepping out of your comfort zone or finding some kind of sense of energetic confidence. Yeah, Ace of Wands, right? The only way to find a comfort zone, the only way we find a comfort zone, like the comfort zone we find is directly proportional to how uncomfortable we find ourselves ability, like our ability to do, like it's directly proportional. That's the problem with a comfort zone. The only way to increase it is to have is to navigate uncomfortability. So I feel like this is you, like animal spirit guide. Yeah, like this is, I keep on hearing like this is you like pushing out in the best way possible, right? And I keep on hearing like you don't like healthy relationships. Also, we push each other in a way that like we don't push each other too hard, is what I keep on seeing. You know, we encourage, we amplify, we uplift. Um, I feel like there's something really important about that. Yeah, and I think it's I have to point this out too. I almost feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know why I keep on hearing you say to someone like, and I feel like it's actually like your higher self saying something to you, which is like the reason, like the reason you don't quit because you're afraid of others seeing you getting better at something, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Never don't quit because you're worried about other people seeing you getting better at something, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, Phoenix. You're welcome, Ivana. You've been having some intense dreams. We're going to have more intense dreams now that Neptune's stationed direct in Pisces. Are you kidding me? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of energy started having dreams start when like Saturn woke up in Pisces. But when you got Saturn and Neptune awake in like like opened up in Pisces, yeah, like just go to sleep with a notebook and a pen and paper by your bed. Bring them to me in the morning. I'll help you figure out what they mean. You're welcome, dear. You're so welcome. I hope that helps, Per. I don't know if my message went through. Oh, you're ready. Excellent. I see you, dear. Grand Rising, Team Ulsana. I love this. Thank you, Ivana. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to continue right now. Before we get started on Lisa's reading, we're going to do an intuition check. And guys, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fox. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I am going to pin up Lisa. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. And again, if you guys want to get on the list right now, it is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Meh. Hold on a minute. Yes, Ava, there is space on the list if you'd like to get on the list. Excellent. And where'd Lisa go? Okay, guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. What do we have here? Outside tea. This was my partner's dream. I am in the dream, but it's their perspective. My partner, his family, and I went to Egypt for vacation and rented a house to stay in. Things were chill until everyone in the family and myself started acting weird. Dinner was being made by his mom, but until everyone, nothing was cooking. Raw meat or something similar was served. His family, seated at the dinner table, began sacrificing themselves one by one. My partner came to find me when this started, and I was in bed. He lay down next to me and started explaining that something weird and bad was happening. I started to hold him in a comforting way, caressing his head. And then I started to say, I must finish the sacrifice, and one of us is going to unalive, and it won't be me. And I began to chase my partner, grabbing them from behind with a pointy, sharp, stabby thing. And then the dream was over because this woke my partner from his sleep. All right, let's get to it. 4 cards, please. 2 more. It's a dream about shadow work. It's a dream about shadow work. And it potentially is articulating some trauma that they're carrying. And the trauma that they're carrying is specifically oriented on what happens when something isn't going right. Right? So what do we see that's happening here? We've got everything is fine. You could be in heaven. You can be in paradise, and that's a problem when you're when you're around the wrong energy, because you could be going through the most incredible experience in your entire life. But what happens the minute that something goes slightly wrong? Everyone starts sacrificing themselves, which is the space by which, there's something here that dinner, like somebody's trying to make dinner, right? It's not a big deal. Nothing was cooking. Okay. So clearly the issue is has nothing to do with anybody, right? It's an outside issue. There's something wrong potentially with the things that they're using to potentially make the food. But what's happens? Instead, they start being too hard on the self, right? They start an argument happens, right? That the trauma starts to set in. And what happens when they say that they start sacrificing one another, right? It becomes, right? It becomes the argument by which everyone tries to one up one another by talking about how much they've given up for the energy around the table, right? So this could be that modality or that moment that when things are not going ideally, instead of working to resolve the issue, which should just be everyone trying to figure out how to get the dinner cooked, everyone starts sacrificing themselves. So you can't get anywhere in a trauma zone when, instead of there being an issue and everybody pulls together and tries to figure out how to get the meal prepared, instead it becomes a litany of the energetic grievance in terms of who's given up more before, in relationality to what's occurring, right? It's the energy that says, instead of trying to fix something, the energy that says it's not my fault, right? It's not my fault, right? Blah, blah, right? And that's the energy that starts to articulate upon, instead of fixing, talking towards failure. That would be the space by which we see the identification of the sacrifice of the self. And then you said, what did they do? They fled, right? Because they felt that anxiety or that experience in terms of them saying everybody's acting weird. And then in the modality by which they came to find you, right, potentially hoping through counterpart, they could find that relief, right? And in the modality by which they articulate that, and you said something weird and bad was happening, and you said you were trying to hold them in a comforting manner and caress them, but then you started to say, I have to do it too, and one of us isn't going to make it, and it won't be me, right? It's the anxiety. This is often what happens when we're trying to heal trauma. And this is often what happens when we have wounds of trust, because it's the anxiety or the fear that we bring with us. in relationality to something that we energetically experience. Now, I need to stress this. This might not necessarily be in relation to your partner's actual family, but the observation of often the guides will reach for what feels most energetically convenient to help us see or observe the shape of the trauma that we're working to heal or resolve. So what we effectively identify here is the shape of the trauma that your partner is carrying. And the shape of the trauma that the partner is carrying are situations by which something goes wrong. And instead of energy trying to help, trying to assist, throwing up their hands and saying, I had nothing to do with it, right? Then energetic negligence point that articulates someone stepping backwards instead of forwards. So that is the wound that they're carrying towards you. And the reason that it might be hard for them to articulate their needs to you, right? Their fear in telling you that they energetic potentially need help with something, right? The space by which the meal is not getting cooked. Their anxiety is related to the fact that they're worried that if that experience happens, you're going to adopt the same mentality or modality, right? This is showing like how hard it is to build that trust. Now, it's not the fact that you're doing that, mind you, right? Because this is a shadow work dream. It's showing the shadow so that we can work to resolve and heal it. But the observation, I would not be surprised if this is a type of person that has a very I'll do it myself attitude. Someone who has a tendency or fear of articulating to others what their needs are. But it's based upon a trauma that they have experienced in the past where they felt that they expressed a need, and instead of others coming to their support, potentially experiencing all of the volatility and reactivity that should not have occurred in the space of them saying that they simply had them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that's like better left unsaid type of energy. I'm sorry I said anything, right? That's often how that type of trauma forms. Like when someone's too hypersensitive, we can't go anywhere with our needs, because often those spaces by which, like you said, it's giving me the type of energy where it's like the kind of experience where you say, can I please have some salt? And someone being like, you don't like the food? And this is terrible food, right? It's like that type of thing, like those modalities or experiences where the slightest modality by which something energetically occurs, something that has a very reasonable resolution point. And that's what I said, even the space by which the space that should obviously happen, right? When there's raw food being served, somebody articulating and saying, we need to cook this food more. It's not safe, right? I wouldn't be surprised, and the thing that's missing in this dream is I feel like I would be very clear. I would really want to know if they said something at that table that started the sacrifice, right? Because that would effectively articulate or identify the space by which, again, somebody pointing out something that is minor and solvable, right? But instead created like a disaster point, is the space by which another person is overly, again, like overly sensitive to the fact, instead of being like, oh, you're right, let's just fix this, right? Being like, like articulating and saying, I had nothing to do with it, right? Is what I keep on seeing. So again, I would be like, I feel like the way that you kind of help them heal this is by helping every time, right? You're teaching each other that it's safe to ask for things. Because I keep on hearing every time you point out something that you need assistance with or something that needs fixed, and there isn't an explosive moment, it's just energetically resolved, you work to effectively heal that type of shadow work. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 41.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Thank you. I know it was a really fascinating dream, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for it, dear. And I hope that helps. The next person, the list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Oh, thank you, Ava, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Oof, I'm gonna have to send this for him. Thank you. It is deep. It's a heavy shadow work dream. Yeah. I love shadow work. That was awesome. Thank you, Addison. It's a heart opening dream. It's really painful, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Because I keep on hearing it's something small that's easily remedied, but instead, you know, like that type of reading, it's like hard for me to read it because I can see the pain behind it. All right, we're going to continue right now. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. And thank you so much for getting on the list as well, Ivana. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. And we've got here, got a dream here on the disco. Oh, hold on, no, it's on the disco. It's not a dream. Me too. Okay, putting it outside tea. Excellent. All right, I've got Ava. Could I have a reading on the person? I feel drawn to him, but I'm not sure if he is oh, sorry. Okay. Is this? I'm sorry. I should have asked. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay, excellent. Thank you, Alex. Okay, Alexandra, I've got you. And can you just let me know outside tea? Okay, good. Okay, good. I was like, wait. I was like, okay. All right, so we're doing an energetic read on a person, and trying to understand the connection more, and trying to understand energetic anxiety around something. 2 on their perspective, 2 on how to navigate the situation. I got you, dear. Very well stated. And before we continue right now, let's do an animal intuition check. We're also at 41K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, as I mentioned, if you become a super fan and would like access to our super fan only disco, just send me a disco gift and I will send you an invite to the disco after this live. If you're interested in a special coupon code for the class we're hosting next week, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we're having in August, message me the word trip. Okay. And we've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up Ava. All right. Can I get, 2 cards on their perspective and 2 cards on how to navigate. 2 more, please. So it's really like I see somebody in some kind of like recovery mode, man. You know? Um, I often see energy like this with like Aries and Sag, which is I feel like I'm just observing some kind of situation or circumstance where um, they've come to terms with the fact that there's nothing casual about them. You know, I almost feel like this is somebody who feels like they're in the wrong timeline in terms of like feeling like there's nothing casual about them because um, like I see somebody like I see somebody who sees others carrying casual relationships. And I can almost see them kind of like working through the space by which they just observe that it's much it's not it's much harder for them is what I keep on seeing. Um, like there's somebody here who's more reserved is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing it's giving me someone who's very quiet, right? And I keep on like I would not be surprised if this is the type of person who um, likes finding someone that they can do nothing with is what I keep on seeing. You know, like someone who understands. I keep on hearing someone who truly understands the beauty of finding someone that you can hold solitude with is what I keep on hearing. Somebody who understands the beauty of being able to hold solitude with. Um, you know, the hard part with energy like this, I always see the hard part with energy like this is it's very difficult. It's very difficult to build connection because when you already are in the space by which you're looking for someone to build solitude with, then that observation or that experience by which you articulate to another, um, like what it is that you aspire for, like I feel like it's like it almost requires you to have to facilitate being the energetic icebreaker is what I keep on getting because I see somebody like I see some kind of situation or circumstance where like I've got someone who's like who doesn't want to overstep, you know like I feel like I'm picking up I have to say I'm picking up on some shy energy. You know what I mean? Like you picked, and I'm sure you picked up on it too, because like shy energy, like, and I keep on getting like shy energy shy energy doesn't want to make something energetically like awkward or uncomfortable. Um, but I just keep on seeing that observation of potentially working. I keep wondering like that observation of potentially working through something. But I keep on hearing not only working through something, um, but identifying and articulating upon like it feel I'll tell you this, like it feels like the type of, like, I have to stress this. It feels like the type of energy that you have to, like, you always have to be the one to kind of like reach out to them, or you have to be the one, because I feel like it's almost like I need to describe this. Um, you know, I keep on, like, they're reserved, and something about them working through that reservation. I keep on hearing it's not the fact that they don't welcome it, but I keep on getting they're reserved in terms of, like, they have a hard time with their confidence, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting too, because I keep wondering, once you get to know them, they're very confident, is what I keep on seeing. But, like, it says to me that it's like it's the confidence that builds as it relates to the security that they energetically feel with a person. There's a lot, I keep hearing there's a lot of hidden depths there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Seven of Swords in its upright. I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who has, like, long, long, long time friends, or even, like, potentially siblings, because I often see that those who have a lot of siblings have that like, I keep on hearing, like, the thing is, those who have a lot of siblings often don't build the tendon on having to build connections, because they have connections by proxy, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, the convenience point of having a lot of siblings, or being in an environment by which there's already a lot of energy there, is it doesn't create. I keep hearing, like, somebody having some kind of early childhood experience that did not require them to have to break the ice to find friendship, is what I keep on seeing, like, and that's why I keep on hearing, like, something related to, like, lifelong, like someone, like, who has, like, lifelong friends, like someone they've known forever, or some or a deep, like, cohesive like, family system, because often those with a lot of siblings, like, I keep on hearing, like, connections by proxy, like, you don't have to do a lot of work because they're already there, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that's also something that I see, that like need, like, somebody, like, having some kind of work there, because it's like I keep on seeing them say, like, how do people do that? Like, I almost see somebody who's frustrated because they recognize that they're not, that it's something that they want to improve upon, but it's something that always requires work, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. The next person on the list for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hi, dear. How are you today? And I'm just going to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. You're welcome. Monet, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. Yes. Oh, thank you for letting me know. The Dreams on the Disco. Thank you, Ivana. Hi there, Sparky. I'm not sure what you're asking for. You'll have to be more clear. Suddenly a lot of lovely people on the list. Is there time to hop on as well? I believe so, Per. Let me just confirm. Hold on a minute. All right. Yeah, I should be able, hold on a minute. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I realize that. But I feel shy sometimes. Understood. Goodness, I fear maybe the opposite of shy energy. I understand. Yes. Grand Rising, Jana, how are you doing today? And thank you for getting on the list, Per. You'll be the next person read for, and I've got room on the list for one more person today before the list will be closed. Excellent. Got on the list. Thank you. I've got you on the list, Susan. Thank you. Excellent. You're welcome, Ava. I hope that helps. I mean, I had a two of cups there, which says to me like a two of cups with like an ace of swords in its reversal. So I see like it feels like energy that is seeking, that would be like that's seeking connection. You know, I feel like they're seeking connection, but I said like they're not trying. They don't. I keep wondering they don't want to overstep. You know. Thank you, dear. Okay. All right, I'm going to continue right now. The next person we're reading is Ivana, and as I mentioned, we've got room on the list for one more person before the list will be closed. If anybody would like to claim that spot, you'll have it. Alexandra, it's yours if you'd like it. And I'm just going to pull up Ivana's dream. Perfect. Okay. And Ivana, is this inside tea or outside tea? So whomever would like to claim it, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. Oh, that's wild. I was half asleep and dreaming during that read and I saw the Three of Cups in its reversal. Interesting. Well, that would be indicative of the fact that they're interested in them as well. Like you're standing out to them the way that they're standing out to you. All right, let's continue right now. So before we continue, Ivana, could you let me know if this, thank you, outside tea. And before we continue, let's warm up the intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. All right, thank you guys so much. We'll do that again after the next reading. One day it has to be the frog. All right. I mean, it does, the frog does come out, you know? Okay. And just bear with me. Hold on a minute. All right, let's continue. Okay. I swear I haven't seen it in a century. When you pulled it, it looked like a bee doormat. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. And again, if you guys, I mean, I can probably, if you guys both want a reading today, I can probably accommodate both of you on the list today, if that's something that you'd like to do. Okay. Like, I don't want you guys to have to fight for the reading. So if you guys both want a reading today, if you both want to get on the list, I'm happy to read for both of you. Okay. Let's continue. All right. And now we're going to be doing, and hold on a minute. No fighting. All right. So we're doing a dream interpretation. Oh, that's wild, bookcase. So all you need to do is head over to my profile, and there are, in the tree that has Binks in it in my bio, you'll find the forms of payment that we accept. And I'm also pinning it here. Okay. All right, and I'm going to pin up Ivana. Okay. One moment, please. Where'd you go? Where did Ivana go? I'm trying to pin her up. Okay. There you are. All right, guys, I'm pinning up Ivana here. Make sure to give Ivana some love. Okay, the only two things I remember in the dream is I was eating cereal, and while I was eating it, I saw I had an open wound on my lower right side back, almost by my hips. And I noticed it because a fly was there. And inside the wound, I saw cereal. The wound was like transparent, where I could see my blood cells and the cereal floating. But the wound seemed infected, and then it jumped to something else where I was with a lady and we were trying to help a little girl who had also had a wound, but in her head. I thought I wasn't supposed to put pressure there, but the other person did and was kind of annoyed that I was not doing it. So she would tell me in a very urgent way to push. And so we pushed, and pus started coming out of the little girl's head. That's all I remember. Okay. 4 cards. Thank you. And 2 more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I think that there's something really, the dream itself is, I feel like the dream itself is working through trying to energetically heal. And it's interesting because it's a guide dream, and there's a lot of nuance to it. So we're gonna start breaking it down. The first part of the dream is showing you how something works. And the other part of the dream is helping you recognize how to apply it. Now, in the first part of the dream, you articulated that you were eating cereal. And while you were eating it, you saw that you had an open wound on your lower right side back, almost by your hips. And you said you noticed it because a fly was there. And inside the wound, you saw cereal. But you said the wound was transparent, where either you could see the blood cells, but also you could see the cereal floating. But the wound seemed to be infected. And then it jumped to something else. Now, the interesting thing that the question or the quandary that the guides are putting forth to you in the space of the dream is, what is the source of the infection? The guides are proposing a question to you, which is to say, okay, you've got a situation or circumstance here where there's a wound. And there are two outside factors that could be creating the space of the energetic infection. And that is either what you're energetically consuming or the outside influence of something that is like, even as I'm reading this, like the fact that my throat chakra is going crazy, the outside influence of a foreign object, right? So this is the work of the guides showing you and saying, how do we figure out the nature? And this is often what we have to do with shadow work, right? Shadow work is identifying if the healing needs to happen within, right? Or if the healing has to happen without. And its placement, like the placement, and the fact that you said that the wound itself is on your lower back by your hip, is articulating that it's hard to tell. It's hard to see, right? Literally, the location of that is like, I don't know if you recognize this, but the impossibility of trying to see something like that is one that requires a lot of it's very difficult. So that's about effectively what the symbology of that is. It's a conversation, the first proposition that's happening in the dream, saying, how do we determine if the shadow work, right? If the source of what we're working to heal is something that's within us, something that we need to change about ourselves, something that we're energetically consuming, or if it's outside of the self, the external factor, right? And this brings us to the second part of the dream. You said that there was a lady and you were trying to help a little girl who also had a similar wound, but in their head. And you said you thought I wasn't supposed to put pressure, but the other person did, and was kind of like annoyed that I was not doing it. So she would tell me in a very urgent way to push. And so we pushed, and all of this stuff started coming out of this poor little girl's head. And that's all you remember. And this is also articulating in relationality to the continuation of what we just saw in the first part of the dream, which is being able to identify or recognize the source of what is effectively creating injury. What the identification point of you effectively seeing, right, a small child, and again, the small child, right, is you. It's the inner child healing that you're working to do. And you said that the pressure is in the head, right? And another person saying, oh, look, you need to help them with that, right? Like the space by which they're putting all of this pressure and they're doing something. And what are you, the higher self, doing in relationality, right? This is you and another version of you that is potentially unhealed. And you are the embodiment of the higher self in that situation, because you're seeing the inner child that's working through a wound. You're seeing the energy of another who's saying, oh my gosh, quick, what are you doing? Why aren't you doing something? Help them, right? And then there's you, the higher self, going, I don't know if what you're doing is making something better or worse. I don't know if what you're doing is actually something that you should be doing, right? Or if it's something that there could be another way of energetically resolving it. And this has to do with the observation, and this is the most important thing, right? Nobody in the context of that asked the child how they were feeling, right? Like the inner child was completely silent. And the inner child, right? The inner child being in that modality or being in that experience by which the child is not working through the space of being able to articulate. And this is what we work through with inner child healing. When we are working through, like, this is why we also work through the koan, angry baby doesn't get the bottle, because we only facilitate the space by which we need to energetically care for another in the space by which another person can articulate that their needs need to be met, right? Because the space by which a child gets angry because they don't have something is the energy of a child developing consciousness. And the child that gets angry, like the reason the child is angry originally is because they can't communicate properly. It's the only thing that they have. And so often the inner child healing that we have to do is moving out, right? Moving out of that energetic distress call that we have to occupy in the space by which we first arrive. So the ability to effectively articulate and identify the energetic distress call, this is the shadow work that you're energetically doing in relationality to experiences or circumstances in the past that may have felt like they disempowered you because they told somebody else that they needed to help you with something, right? The space by which another person says, you have to help them. They can't do it themselves. The injury that potentially occurs in the space of another person talking about you like you are a third person, right? And the reason, like I keep on hearing, like the reason that the energetic, like you said, like the pus is coming out there is because when somebody puts you in that position by which they articulate to you and say, You have to, like, they can't do that. You have to do it for them, right? It often creates the space by which another person feels energetically frustrated because nobody is asking them how they would like something energetically addressed. So that's why we see that that is the nature of helping to identify, again, working, this is a shadow work dream for you as well, which is working through those modalities or experiences of the past where you may have potentially felt disempowered by someone that claimed that they were trying to help you, by articulating the fact that you couldn't do something for yourself, that you needed energetic assistance with it. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got here the Seven of Swords, and it's upright. So this is really speaking to us of situations or circumstances. Like this is remember I said the continuation of the work that I said in terms of you encountering other versions of the self. This is very similar to the last dream that we had in relationality to you, right? The like in relationality to like some of the work that you're currently doing, because the dream space is potentially you encountering different versions of your same person. You've got here potentially the experience that you had in relationality to potentially being like working through. I don't know if you had some kind of something, like if there was something that you needed help with when you were working through early childhood, or something that felt like was putting you, I keep on hearing like something about like having to work through something. And then the space by which, working through, like, I keep wondering the midpoint of a past version of self that was doing, I keep wondering, like, doing everything one can to try to fix something, saying, like, I have to put pressure there. I have to work twice as hard because I'm not good at something, right? So that is effectively the space by which you consumed what someone told you about yourself. And then there's you putting the pressure on your head saying, I've got to put extra pressure on it because I'm not good at it, right? And then here's you in the higher self being like, I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Like, have you tried, and here's the thing the higher self says, have you tried cleansing it? Have you tried cleansing it? Which is not the space by which you don't, when we're not good at something and we put pressure on ourselves, we sometimes make it worse instead of making it better. So being able to kind of find that space of energetic release and relief that you're potentially working on now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on for tomorrow and you'll be the first person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Absolutely. And just bearing with me. we got a lot of great visuals. I love it. We get a lot of insane visuals in the dream space. I'm gonna vom. I gotta change the subject. Thank you, Nikki. I had a weird dream with babies too, but I only remember one part. Yep, and thank you for getting on the list, Bridget, because I really wouldn't remember from it. I can mute you for. Can I mute you for a couple of minutes? I'm getting sick. Oh, yep. Thank you for getting on the list. I'm going to read the list right now to confirm those who are on it. The list right now is Susan, Per, Nahasi, and I'm sorry, there was one other person who got on the list right now. I believe, was it Alexandra? Did you get on the list? And Bridget? I just want to make sure I have the list confirmed. Oh, hold on a minute. Again, it's amazing. Have you guys noticed all these people with $5,000 the last few days? This is wild. Where are all these people with $5,000 running around, just giving it out like confetti? It's amazing. It's everybody. It's wild. It's been like everybody must be going through like a windfall. It's remarkable. What are the odds? Can you guys believe it? Sorry guys, I tried my best not to make it sound so disgusting. No, but I'm glad you did. Because you have to understand, it's the space by which you're healing from something that made you feel mortified about the self. Like that's why it felt like pus, right? Yeah, thank you. Excellent. It's deep. Yep. Precious energy. The interpretation. Thank you. Would never guess this. Thank you, dear. You're welcome. You're welcome. That was wild. Have you tried wind? I love it. I have more of these. I've had more of these the past 4 days. It's crazy. Oh, that's wild. Excellent. I got you, Alexandra. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so I got Alexandra on the list too, and Bridget, I think you got on the list as well, right? Okay, perfect. Yep, I got you. I saw the baby. Show me the baby. I know I have a mind to do it. I'll take the $5,000. Don't worry. In like 5 minutes, there'll be somebody else coming in here with $5,000 they want to give out. What a world. What a world. They need holiday money. Not me making lunch through this reading. Oh, Bridget. Wrong time. Me eating soup. I love it. What happens if I do message them? Oh, good Lord. They'll be like, I can only guess. All right, and please remember, guys, I will never reach out to you for a reading. This is the only place you can find me doing these. And if you can only book a reading with me on my website, please be safe out there. We got the people. The audacity is strong this week. The audacity is strong. Strong winds of audacity this week. All right, let's continue. I'll give you $5,000, but give me 500 first. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list is Susan. Susan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a question you'd like me to answer. Now I want soup. I'll get you one soup after that. Okay. Hi, dear. How are you? Can you, while we wait for Susan's question, we're going to do an intuition check. Susan, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, dear. Okay. We've got the animal spirit guide card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. Thank you guys for doing that. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. And I'm going to pin up Susan here. So obviously we're going to start this reading by remembering that nothing here can be taken in a medical fashion. So we're not doing a medical reading at all, but we're going to be working through and I'm sending you so much support in the journey of your continued recovery. Things about past life that can help aid in your healing journey. Thank you for the way you phrase that. Can I get 4 cards, please? Two more, please. You know, it's interesting that you asked about the past life because I'm picking up the past lives that had some kind of warrior energy attached to it. I don't know if you recognize this, but there's something I'm seeing in relationality. I keep on hearing like something about that past life. I keep on like, it's interesting because they're articulating the fact that they were battle scarred. But they're saying it, I keep on hearing them say being battle scarred is a badge of honor, is what I keep on hearing them say. You know? I keep on getting them articulating the fact that they had, like, I feel like they keep on articulating upon something by which they're showing me a past life by which they used to sit around and show another person some kind of, like, I keep wondering, they kept on showing, they had like this past life where they were showing their wounds really, really proudly, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, I literally see somebody that, like, like, they used to go around. Like, I keep on hearing, like, them going around, like, I keep on hearing they're saying the way we show tattoos. Is what they're saying. They're saying the way we show tattoos. They were like, look at this. So I keep on seeing. Um, because they said, and I keep on seeing, because they keep on saying a scar documents where you change, that a scar is documents where you changed, is why they keep on saying it. Why would I not be proud of this? It ever changed me, is what they're saying. Like, the observation of being able to articulate something. And I feel like the hard part about what you're presently experiencing is, I keep on seeing it's hard, you can't point at it. Is all I keep on identifying, right? It's harder because they're saying, like, they're basically, it's interesting because they're articulating upon, they're articulating upon the fact that something, like, it's hard to bear wounds that are hard, that you can't bear witness to, is what I keep on hearing. And the thing with a thing that a wound, like, the thing with wounds that we cannot bear witness to doesn't mean that they're still not there, is what I keep on getting. So I wouldn't be surprised, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you feel an energetic connection to that past life, because I keep on seeing, like, the thing about it is, like, the energy is almost articulating that you and them are not that different. The only thing they keep on saying that something was easier back in their period, because I keep on saying in their period they wore scars like a badge of honor. Like, I keep on hearing there was something about, I keep on hearing, like, somebody seeing a scar in wherever they were and another person just saying thank you. Like, without even, like, I feel like I keep on hearing, like, they wouldn't have to announce themselves. They would just walk through things. I keep on hearing they would walk through things and people would give them things because they recognize where they got their scars. And I keep on hearing we get scars protecting things, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that past life is coming towards you, because, like, and I think it's interesting because they're using the term nobility. But that's what's so interesting about it, is, like, and I'm getting a lot of indications in relationality to the location by which this, by which this energy was experienced, because I keep on hearing the nobility that they had was articulated and identified by how many scars they had, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that I keep on hearing them articulate, like, they're showing me a space by which somebody would say, like, you, like, point to someone and be like, you respect that person. Do you see how many scars they're carrying? Do you know where they got those scars? Like, I keep on hearing, I feel like they keep on hearing there was healthy pointing. Like, you were allowed to point. I keep on hearing you're allowed to point at them, because I keep on seeing people were pointing to you in reverence. Like, I see somebody who would, like, walk others up to you and say, do you know, like, can they, like, can, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it was almost you, like it was saying to me like that, like I keep on hearing like that, like I keep on hearing you carried noble energy, but I keep on hearing true nobility because others would see you and they would treat you in a state of deference because of the scars that you were carrying and what you're energetically witnessing, or what you effectively went and what it articulated that you went through and what you were protecting in the process of receiving them or bearing them. And and so I keep on seeing I feel like it's the energy that's saying it's harder. Like it's harder now because I keep on seeing that the energy, like the past life energy is articulating that we've lost the deference. Like we've lost the deference for those who carry those. I keep hearing we've lost the deference for those that carry those, is what I keep on hearing. And so I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if you're building into. I keep on hearing I wouldn't be surprised if you're having dreams about this, is what I'm seeing, because I feel like something that you just experienced was, I keep on hearing that was there every day, is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing something that just, I keep on hearing them, and then this is like, it's like, and I'm not saying this in a way, I have to stress this because I'm trying to articulate about a past life. So it's weird because I'm trying not to offend you based upon what I'm reading on the past life, as wild as that sounds. But as wild as that sounds, but I think you'll understand when I say something that feels like monumental to you was something that they experienced like very frequently, is what I keep on hearing. They're saying something that, like, I keep on hearing like something that's happening. They're literally saying something that's happening to you in such a profound way was their Tuesday. Like they're saying that was something that they went through, and they kept on using the word Tuesday. So I wanted to bring that forward because they were specifically articulating that day. But I keep on hearing like the space by which I feel that they're trying to help you is because they're very familiar with it, is what I see. You know, like it feels like a type of energy that's trying to connect back towards you to help facilitate your own recovery. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the 10. I keep on hearing, especially with the 10 of Swords in its upright. Take it easy. Take it easy is what I keep on seeing. You know, I keep on hearing the same message coming through, and again, just because you feel better doesn't mean that you are better. And that's coming through really strongly. That this is what I keep on hearing in relationality to, like, and it's funny because it's coming through a past life. I keep on hearing somebody say, just because you feel better doesn't mean you are better. Like I keep on hearing them say, like, stay, like like give yourself the time you need, like just not to, like, to take it easy, you know. Like I keep on hearing, don't shorten the timeline of your recovery, lengthen it. I keep on hearing lengthen it even more, because I keep on seeing that it has to do, like I keep on getting it like it has to do with the fact that, and I feel like that's what I meant in relationality to energy around you, I keep on seeing energy around you being like still, and you being like, yeah, it takes, like, I keep on seeing you having to articulate to others in terms of taking it easy, because I'm not, like, I keep on getting like, you know, I feel like it's identifying to me that there's something about, and I can't turn this into a medical reading, but if you want to message me, like over the disco, I can give you the rest of this message, because I feel like more than anything, like it's the same message I gave you last time, but it has to do in the amplification of, like, I keep on hearing prioritizing your recovery. not prioritizing energy that says you look fine, you seem fine to me, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I got them, yeah. I got them, Esteban. Thank you. All right. All right, let me continue. And we are at 48K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're topping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Yes, this life too. This life wounds. This life wounds not visible. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing that's harder, right? Just because I keep on hearing, I feel like I keep on hearing your past life saying just because they're visible, they're not visible, doesn't mean they're not there. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Hi there. We are going to be doing one cards as soon as we get to, I've got, the list is closed right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, I've got 4 more people on the list. And then we're going to do one cards. We already did one round of one cards too. So if you're here for one card, just stick around. We'll be getting started on those shortly. Susie, I will, hold on a minute. I've got, you know what, Susie, it's fine. I was going to confirm you. So I've got you confirmed. So I'll be sending you that disco invite after this live. Thank you. So you'll have access then. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you are a super fan who would like access to the subscriber only disco, you can send me a disco GIF and I'll send you the invitation once I confirm your subscription. For those who are interested in a discount code to our class that's happening next week, message me the word class. And for anyone interested in learning more about our tarot retreat, message me the word trip. Thank you for the follow. Excellent. You're welcome, Susie. And again, sending you support on your continuing recovery. All right, next person. Oh, the animal spirit cards we do with the one cards. So yeah, the animal spirit cards aren't connected to. Oh, we have to do the next. Yeah, we're doing animal spirit. We're doing an intuition check now. Yeah, of course. No, of course. All right, we'll continue. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. It's funny though because you asked for the animal spirit guides card, Susie, and here they came out. This is the past life and this is the present. So there's that warrior energy, and that's you bearing the unseen scars. All right. Before we continue right now, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the cards. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay, and so the next person we're reading for is Per. A unicorn. I always get the goose. It's like something personal now between you and the goose. We're doing general on the disco. Okay. Ooh, okay, pet reading, outside tea. All right. 2 cards. My mother's little dog, Mila, cannot travel with her. She'll be staying with a friend of my mother's starting Friday for a week. We're worried because she cannot live without my mother, even for a minute. Advice on energy check on the little dog. 2 cards on my cat. I've already have to taken her to stay with a friend. The cat Pablo and his staff. I like to call him staff. I know everything is going well, but still an energy check, please, out of curiosity. I got you, dear. Okay. That is for Mila, and that is for Lisa. Yep, gotcha. Oh Lord, you gotta start. Listen, how many days you got? You gotta start. You gotta start the separation now. You got a week, is what I keep on hearing. But I keep on seeing, like, they're gonna, like, I keep on hearing short bursts before a prolonged space away. So I keep on hearing, if there is a friend, that you can take, that they can start. I keep on hearing every day. Try to extend. What do you got? A week? Okay, this is what I keep on hearing. I feel like the first. When are you going? Starting Friday. So you got till next Friday, is what I keep on hearing. So tomorrow, oh gosh. I think that they have to get on the phone. I think they have to get on the screen every day and show them that they're okay, is what I keep on seeing. Because the like this is the energy. And like, I keep on, I feel like I feel like there's some energy that it's going to be a little bit of the shock to their system. But what will help with that is the space by which you can let someone know, like, that they're okay, is what I keep on getting. That nothing has happened to them, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like the thing, the reason I keep on seeing, the reason, like, they see this person as their parent. Like, I see this energy that sees this person, like, as their everything. And so I keep on hearing, remember, they just need to know that everything is okay. And so when everything is okay, is like, I keep on hearing, like, the call, just to let them know. Like, I keep on seeing, if they could be on video, it'll probably be better, to let them know that they're, and I keep on hearing that they're happy and that everything is fine, is going to go a long way in helping them feel energetically secure. Because I keep on seeing, it's like I keep on seeing the energy looking around going, where's everything? Where's everything? Is everything okay? I keep on hearing them say, is everything okay? But they're saying everything because they embody everything. Like, that's what they call her. They call her everything. They're like, where did everything go? Like, where did everything go? Everything is gone. I can't find everything, is what I keep on seeing. So as long as they know that everything is fine, right? Let them know at least once a day that everything is fine. Because if not, they're going to be, I keep on hearing, they're going to go, oh no, they're going to be howling. They're going to be howling to the rafters, because they're going to be calling and going, oh no, guys, you have to be more attention. Like, you have to be more attention. Everything's gone, is what I keep on seeing. So just make sure. I keep on hearing, like, it's like make sure that I keep on hearing, make sure that they're letting, and I keep on seeing, make sure that they're happy. Make sure that they're absolutely happy when they call them, and make sure that they show them how much fun they're having, is what I keep on seeing. Because this is a type of energy. I feel like this is a type of energy. Like, I keep on hearing, every time they howl, they go, oh no, is what I keep on hearing. They're going, oh no, everything's gone. In relationality to the cat, like this is like, they're a like, I see them more being like, I travel. Like, I see this energy going like this. They're going, I travel. Oh, I'm going on a trip. You've cultivated, I keep wondering, you, congratulations, you've cultivated a traveling cat. It's very hard to do. Like I see this energy, literally. I've got I've got the Five of Pentacles with the Chariot in its reversal, which is like literally being like, oh, it's fine. Like it's fine. Oh, this again. Oh, I was expecting somewhere new. Like it's the energy going, this old thing. You know what I mean? Like this is a little, this one's wise beyond their years. This is entirely new energy. This one here. This one, like this is beyond their years. They're like, oh fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know this place. Like they're going like this. It's gonna be, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like I keep on getting everything I can't even talk on it. They're just like, I've been through this before. Like I understand how this goes. You know, and so I feel like that's gonna be, I don't think that's gonna be an issue. I'm more concerned with the energy around the canine, is what I keep on seeing. Like that feels more like, that is what I feel like, that's what you're gonna have to address more attention to. You know, I see you trying to check on this one, and they're like, I'm busy. Like I'm busy. Like it's going like this. Like it's the type of energy like you're trying to get somebody on the phone and they just like wave. They're like, I'm sorry, like, hey, and then they keep going. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, you know, the thing about it is, yeah, you might even, yeah, I keep on like, I keep on hearing like, how are we going to work through this? I don't know why I keep on hearing someone's like throat chakra opening up. Um, I just keep on seeing if they're in the modality by which I keep on hearing it, like, um, if this is not an animal that barks a lot, if they start like barking a lot, like I said, just getting on the phone, because I keep on hearing, remember the barking is them like issuing a distress call in relation to them saying like, you know, oh no, everything's gone, which is like the space by which you have to let them know, no, everything is not gone, everything's fine, everything's having a great time. Is I keep on seeing like, as long as they know, like as long as they know that they're, that's what I meant in terms of making sure that they don't get on the phone in a space of stress or pressure, because that could make something worse, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure it's a, I keep wondering like a healthy, happy environment that they appear to them in, because you don't want to create a moment by which they get on the phone and they feel them stressed and they get more distressed, because they feel like, I feel like this energy act, I keep on, this energy acts as a tiny protector, is what I keep on seeing. Right, and so that's why I keep on seeing them being like working into the space of a tiny protector. It's not enough just to show them that you're there, but the fact that you feel that you're in it, like 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 that is what I keep on seeing. Like I am not, like, not only am I not there, but I am very happy where I am, is what I keep on seeing. Like again, like making sure that they're not irritated or distressed when they communicate with that pet. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pern. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for tomorrow, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. Okay. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. Okay, we can't. Yep. Next time, like extend this the like to get them used to it. That's a great idea. I told her as well. Yeah, just a poor boy from a poor family. It is, it is. It's very much like that. Yeah, video calls every day. What a connection. You can't, everything's fine. Yeah. Sneak them in your case a couple times a day. Oh, we got to 50K. Animals love you so much. What a blessing. Sometimes the point of insanity. Well, I keep on seeing, like, if this energy, that's why you have to let them know they're fine, because if not, they're going to be sounding the alarm. I travel. Yeah, just setting jets like the cat like literally it was going like this. They're like it's becoming like they're like it's I think they're used to it. Peasant get my yeah, again, I feel like in a way like it almost like feels like they're looking forward to it because they know, I keep wondering they know energy is going to find like dote on them in some way. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Melissa. Yeah, exactly. You totally should. A little, yeah, like it's like tiny, but they consider it they consider themselves bodyguard energy. Oh, yeah, I can see it. No, I can see it, but that's what I said. It'll be fine so long as they know that they're fine, is what I keep on getting. All right, the next person we're reading for today is, and again, Nahasi. If I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please always feel free to correct me. And I am going to, as we wait, I'm also going to be doing an intuition check. So we've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, come back here. Okay. And I'm going to pull up. Thank you. Hold on, let's pin you here. Perfect. I keep dreaming of one of my friends. We met serendipitously in Phoenix in 2015. Okay. So are we doing a reading on the dream, or are we doing a reading on the connection? Like that's what I need to understand before we start the reading. The connection. Okay. Gotcha. Hold on a minute. All right. And I pin them up. Make sure to give them a follow. Dreaming of one of my friends. We met serendipitously in 2015. Woo! 1. Oh, 2. And one more, please. Okay. So I feel like the space that you're having dreams about them, it almost feels to me like a lot of this energy that I'm seeing in relationality to working through, I see somebody that like moves around constantly is what I'm getting. You know? Like the type of energy I'm seeing here. Like good luck. Good luck trying to figure out where they're going to be. And I feel like it might have something to do related with like what they like what they do is what I keep on getting. You know, like I hear somebody that says when you love something, you never work a day in your life, but also you don't have a life, is what I keep on. I literally hear somebody saying when you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, but you also don't have a life, is what I keep on hearing. Because like they're so like it's like their passion like they're fueled by it, they follow it. It's not, I keep hearing somebody say it's not for everybody, but that's how they energetically like it. um and I feel like it's interesting because um I don't know why, but I feel like I think the space by which um you feel energetically connected towards them is, I feel like there's something important in, and I kind of wanna describe this. Like, I feel like it's a type of energy that like inspired you in some way. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it too. Like it feels like, I don't know why, like I see you working on something creatively is what I keep on getting. Like I see you like working on energetically, like I feel like there was something about you meeting them that helped you recognize that you had to start taking something more seriously is what I keep on getting. Like that type of conversation, you know what I mean? Like one of those moments that helps you build an appreciation for yourself in terms of something that you're doing. Um, and so I feel like that's almost like, I think that it's interesting too, because I think you articulated about upon the fact that there's been like, I think you've articulated upon the fact that there's been this like swath of time, like the swath of intervening time. And I keep on hearing, like, time, like time does not, I keep on hearing time does not change connections. We change in the space of it. And it's interesting too, because I don't know what's happening, but I feel like there's the modality by which I feel like there's like you and another person are becoming peers, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on hearing the reason that we call it peers is because we share perspective on something. And so everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that, I feel like I almost identify that, and I would be curious about the dreams that you're having, because I feel like the dreams that you're having are giving you some kind of perspective in relationality to how you appeared to them, is what I keep on seeing, particularly and especially in relationality to something that is occurring presently in your own experience. Um, I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, especially with the justice. Like I keep on hearing here, like the judgment card in its reversal often talks to us about the ability, I keep hearing, the ability to reconsider something in the perspective of how another person perceives us, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting it feels to me like there's some kind of modality or moment by which I keep on hearing like there's something potentially happening in your life right now that feels almost like you're occupying the same seat, as it were, or the same space by which you found another person, is what I keep on getting. Like that modality or the experience by which you recognize, I feel like it's almost like, I don't know if there was like, I don't know if there was some kind of awkwardness between you or another, or like some kind of like, I keep on hearing like something about understanding another's awkwardness that becomes clear in relationality to something that you are effectively perceiving, is like, I feel like I keep on getting like remembering like that is the sound of you energetically maturing, but not only in the space of you maturing. I feel like this is you, like I feel like it's you being able to have some kind of perspective on something. And there's something about that perspective that feels like, I keep on hearing like like I keep on getting like, and that's what I meant. It's hard when we're doing a dream reading like this, because I feel like the guides in the space of having the dream were trying to show you something that you couldn't, like I keep on hearing something that you couldn't energetically see at the time, because of the fact that you, like, I keep on hearing, like, because of the fact that you have kind of like I keep on getting like the like you come into the space by which you yourself recognize and identify, um, like what could be attainable via like mutual manifestation goals versus like working. I keep on hearing like working through something in such a way that I feel like it's almost like you having, like, I feel like it's you almost like healing from feeling awkward about something by recognizing that you weren't awkward at all, is what I keep on getting. Like that's the thing that's so interesting about it. Like I see some kind of situation. Like that's why I'd be curious to dig deeper into the dream space. And when we're doing a dream reading, like this wasn't a dream reading. Like a dream reading, we delve into what was actually happening in the dream to be able to recognize how you perceive something in the past versus something that was potentially like what was actually happening around something. And I feel like that's that resolution point that I'm effectively identifying there. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, and it's funny too, because I need to point this out, even as I was doing that reading, one of the cards I had out here has moved away. So that's like, I keep on hearing like the dream was helping you identify and recognize some kind of missing piece to something from the past, is what I keep on saying. Thank you, like trying to clarify something that didn't make sense at the time, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 52K likes, so we are going to thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Spec, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Hi there, dear. The connection, thank you. They travel a lot. Okay. But they have been they've been put for a while. Okay, thank you. They work in education, are super dedicated. How are you doing today, Daniel? Yeah, very curious about the dream content here. Yeah, it's hard to do, like the dream itself, like I feel like it's that interesting. I was doing the dream and I was doing the reading and I was being articulated about the fact that there was something relevant that was happening in the dream space. Yeah, I keep having dreams of them, multiple and intermittent. Yeah, and you see, this is exactly the type of work that we would do in starting to try to defragment the dream space to understand like what they're like, what the communication is in relationality, or what like to help you see like what's going on karmically with that connection. Yeah, as well. No, I definitely would imagine with that type of energy there's a lot of that mutualness that's occurring. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow. And before hold on a minute. Yeah, thank you. Before we do that, Alexandra, let's do the 50K. So whoever wins the 50K will have a reading that'll be available starting tomorrow. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 39. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 No. 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 Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I know. Oh, Nikki, congratulations. That'll be available starting tomorrow. And in the meantime, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. Okay, perfect. And meanwhile, Alexandra, I believe you said that it's in the disco. Just a reminder to anybody who is a super fan, 25. Anyone who's a super fan who would like to get added to the list, if you'd like to be added to the disco, if you'd like to be added to the invite list for the disco, make sure to send me a disco GIF if you're a super fan. If you would like a discount code to the class that we teach, go ahead and send me the word class. And if you would like information on the retreat that we'll have in August, message me the word trip. All right, let's continue right now. Where were we? Okay. Inside. Oh, yeah, you're welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. Yeah, can I get? Mm-hmm. Thank you. 4 cards. We're doing an energetic read, inside tea. Um, there are a lot of heavy messages coming through in relationality to this reading. And the one thing I need to articulate that I'm feeling in relationality to an energetic connection is how do I describe this? There's a difference between success and ambition. When we work towards success, we work towards the pathwork of personal achievement, right? The space by which we feel energetically content, and we work towards things, and we push ourselves, and we navigate those journeys with a sense of accomplishment. Ambition is always thirsty, is what's coming through. And it's coming through from one of their guides, which is the articulation of understanding that ambition is always thirsty. Because as soon as we find the reason we can identify that ambition is always thirsty is because even when we find what we're looking for, the energy goes, that's it. That's all. That's, it's the unsatisfaction that we bring to circumstances that is the articulation of ambition, because it's looking at things not from a space of content, but always, I keep on hearing, always the desire to push further, or to push more, but not for the purposes of anything more than our own, like I keep on hearing, our own personal feeling. It's like the ambition shows where the healing needs to go, because it's like I keep on hearing the ambition, and the way you can usually the way you can usually detach between the difference between ambition and success focused is being able to work towards the ability of something being energetically perfect. Often in the way by which you see something that is beautiful, like it's the ability of finding something that is energetically beautiful, that is beyond measure. I see some kind of experience here with someone. I keep on hearing, the heaviness or the gravitas that you are potentially feeling is potentially another, like, coming to terms or understanding, like, the distortion point between working towards ambition and versus where they are in relation to connection. Because and I keep on seeing this, like, in relationality to a connection, like, and this is what's so painful about something there, and this is often why you'll sometimes see, like, the misery that another person will experience when they recognize the fact that they truly care about someone, but their ambition won't let them have that relationship, you know like those modalities by which someone says, I have to let go because ambition says no, right? Those experiences or circumstances by which another person realizes that they're so at the behest of their ambition that they don't move towards the connection that they feel the irresistible pull towards, but instead they I keep wondering, but instead they allow the ambition to drive them further towards, like further towards what it is that they aspire for, while I keep on getting, like, while losing the energy. I keep wondering, like, while losing the energetically true connection. And so that's what I kept on seeing here in relationality to some kind of weight that you're feeling or experiencing. Because I almost see somebody, like, working into the space by which, like, I keep on hearing, like, I can't let you go, but ambition says no, right? Which is like, I can't let you go, but ambition says no, which is often those experiences by which another person tries to push someone away from them while also trying to keep them in their life, recognizing the fact that it's imbalanced, while also trying to pursue an ambition path. And so that's why I keep on seeing, like, I see somebody, like, working through something in a sense of heaviness, because I don't know why, but I feel like they've encountered someone that is similar to them in that way. Right? And I keep on getting that there's some kind of modality or experience by which, like, I keep on getting, like, that, like, I keep on hearing, like, that is like I see them, like, I almost see them experiencing something where they're observing, right? Like, where they're energetically observing or working through something in such a way that I keep on hearing someone say, this must be how they felt, right? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like Chariot in its reversal. Like, this is why I keep on hearing, the thing about it, and this is a problem with, like, when we're in a healthy space, we understand that our relationships never, our relationships never get in our way. They're the reason we do things in the first place, you know? Like, what I keep on hearing, like, it's funny too, because I've got one of their guides, like, I literally got one of their guides that's been trying to get through to them, being like, what's the point of all this ambition if it doesn't create a point of satisfaction, right? Like the observation of effectively, I keep on hearing they're like, and this is what we talk about building into pathwork of purpose, right? Um, like the thing with ambition is often articulated as the fear of missing out, right? Like that's also like often those who have FOMO, like that's what it means. Like it's the observation of feeling like that space by which you feel like you're energetically missing something. But when you trust your path work, you recognize and understand you can't miss anything that's energetically for you, you know? And I feel like I would not be surprised if this was some kind of point of contention between you and them, in terms of them feeling like they were missing things because of a relationship with you. And I keep on hearing relationships, we don't miss anything in relationship. We find each other there. But that's what I meant in terms of them kind of working through, like I see somebody there kind of working through their own discontentment. And I feel like I don't know if you tried to talk to them about this, you know? I don't know if this was a hard conversation you had with someone, but it almost feels like somebody who's, like I told you, that heaviness is potentially someone returning back to a conversation you had with them and realizing that you were trying to help them, is what I keep on seeing. Like instead of taking offense, them being able to understand that you were truly trying to help them in that moment. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The list is closed, but if you want to get on for tomorrow, you'll be the next person read for. And I feel like in relationality to helping you move through that, um, you cannot facilitate. I keep on seeing whatever they're having right now in relationship, they're going through the same exact thing that they went through with you, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing this here, like that space by which you talked about the way to alleviate the anxiety or the heaviness. I keep on seeing that is the, I keep on hearing like the way, like the way you're going to heal that is, I keep on hearing them say ambition is always thirsty. Ambition is always thirsty, which means even when they're in the most perfect relationship, they're going to look around at it and like someone's going to look around at it and say, that's all. You know what I mean? Like they're like that's what I keep on getting there. Oh, here we go. Everybody's got, guys, it's happening again. We've got all these people with all this money. They just want to give it to us. Oh. All right. Thank you so much, dear. Contentment. Yeah, exactly. Contentment starts within the self. And speaking, I feel like right on cue. Someone being like, would you like some money? Thank you so much. All right. We're going to continue again right now. The next person we're reading for today is Bridget. And once we complete Bridget's reading, we're going to be doing one card readings for subscribers. So if you have not had your subscriber card pulled yet, because we did one round of subscriber readings already, we're on the honor system here, guys. Please make sure we'll be doing those shortly. If you'd like to become a subscriber to receive a one card reading, all you need to do is become a super fan. Your super fan status will make you eligible for a one card. And thank you so much, Efren, for the follow. Okay. Yeah, I know. Well, if you've been manifesting, if you guys have been manifesting that, then it's problematic because we keep on having people trying to drop into the comments, giving it to us. Oh no, I manifested too close to the sun. You're so welcome, Alexandra. I hope it helps. I can see how painful it is. I can see it. I just keep on, and it's interesting too, because the message is not coming through one of your guides. It's coming through one of their guides that can't get anywhere near them. Like, I literally have one of their guides that would love to work with them, but they can't get next to them because I keep on hearing the guide say ambition is always thirsty. So they keep on having that frustration point in relationality to trying to work with them in some capacity. Sending you support, dear. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like. Oh, it's on the Dream on the Disco. Excellent. All right. And so is it inside T or outside T? And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Got you. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. Outside T. I'm in a house that isn't mine, holding a newborn who is mine. I also have another little girl, about a year old, somewhere upstairs. A friend is there with her 3 boys, and her husband is around while all the kids play. I start walking up the stairs toward my daughter. She's sitting at the very top of the staircase, which is carpeted in white. There are small piles of laundry scattered on the landing and a few on the steps. I'm surprised to see her up there because she isn't supposed to be at the top of the stairs. Still holding the newborn, I move towards her. As I get closer, I see her trying to come to me. That's when I panic. I know I'm too far away to reach her in time. She takes a step, slips, and falls, landing at a very bad angle. I scream, and that jolts me awake. I realize I was actually screaming in real life as I woke up. Four cards, please. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna it's a shadow work dream, and we're gonna work through working through the shadow work together. The first one is that you describe the fact that you said that you're in a house that isn't yours, and you're holding a newborn who is. And then you said you also have another little girl, about a year old, somewhere upstairs. You said that there was a friend there with 3 boys, and her husband is around while all the kids play. Now, when we see houses in the context of the dream space, they can often talk about the mansion of the self. And the observation of working through the fact that you said that you were in a house that was not yours is working through path work of being able to see things about the self that one could not see before. And the thing about it is, and this is what's interesting about shadow work, like shadow work teaches us, sometimes we see things in others' houses, right? We're able to effectively identify and articulate something that we could not see before. So, and the newborn child that you're holding is also you, because this is you arriving into a new energetic perception. You said that you had a girl who was upstairs, and you said that there was a friend and they had 3 boys and the husband around while all the kids were playing. So you then described the fact that you started walking up the stairs and you saw your daughter, who was sitting at the top of the staircase, which was tar carpeted in white. And there were piles of laundry scattered on the landing and a few on the steps. You were surprised to see up there because she's supposed to be at the top. She isn't supposed to be at the top of the steps. Now, you said, still holding the newborn, I moved towards her. And as you got closer, you saw her trying to come towards you. And that's why you said in panic you were too far away to reach her in time. You said they took a step and they slipped and they fell and they landed at a very bad angle. And that jolted you awake, as it should. The observation that the little girl that you saw at the top of the stairs was the self. That is the inner child healing. And so the baby that you're articulating, that you're holding, is potentially working through the modality or the experience of energetically recognizing or identifying spaces by which what occurred, experiences in the past by which you weren't energetically held properly. And we need to articulate upon this, because what do we see that's happening? You're coming into the space by which you're trying to take care of the self, you're holding the self, and then you see the other self that's falling off of the stairs and you're trying to reach to catch it. And what are you doing? You're blaming yourself for not being able to be more supportive to yourself. But anyone viewing this from the context of outside of the dream would not put the fault of blame on you. It's the arrival to a bunch of questions. The outside observer in this dream would not say, why didn't you catch the child? The question would be, where's all that other energy that should have been watching it in the first place? You said that there was a friend there with 3 boys and a husband that were all around while the kids play, right? So if someone was doing their work efficiently, that child should have never been there in the first place. But what do we see? We see you building into a trauma context in the observation of potentially experiences where you blamed yourself for what happened. But what was happening was potentially emotional neglect, right? The space by which another person wasn't energetically caring for you, the space by which you recognize and identify the fact that there's something that the energy, again, often the shadow work that we have to release is the release of blame by being able to articulate upon something that should have happened in the first place. This is the hardest, this is the hardest blame, this is the hardest shadow work to let go of. Because often those experiences by which, and this is often what happens, we sometimes discover that in other people's houses, because it can often be those modalities by which you tell a story, right, that you find is very funny, and other energy is mortified. Is what it is like. It's like the energy going, what happened, right? That observational point, and that is the child that you're carrying, the child that was created in the house that was not yours, as you articulated upon past trauma that you potentially carried, by which you were over blaming yourself for something instead of recognizing and identifying that the fault was not your own, but the fact that you weren't being properly held. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Again, the most important thing, and this is why we can see the articulation of the inner child healing here, because you are both the self, right? You are also the newborn that's holding that version of the self. You're also the little girl that's positioned at the top of the stairs. And so the observational point, like the gift that you're effectively seeing, is the space by which you can energetically bear witness to a traumatic moment in the past, wherein something potentially occurred to you and others blamed it upon you. But instead of you taking the accessibility point of understanding the reason by which you effectively felt the trauma, the question of being, why were you in that position in the first place, right? Because the observation of care is one that we energetically protect each other from putting our, I keep wondering, the space by which we energetically protect each other is the space by which we are able to amplify and articulate what it is. Like, and often often we over internalize these moments that we're working on releasing, because it's the observation of, I keep on hearing, the space by which we understand I keep wondering, the space by which we understand the severity of the circumstances that we find ourselves in. So this is potentially you looking back on past experiences and being like, how did you energetically survive that, right? Because that's the higher self, like that's the higher self witnessing the past and being like, that's that is incredible, right? Because it's the observation of being able to show you how far you've come, but also the nature of the wound that you're carrying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Wow. Yeah, I know. We're seeing a lot. I mean, I'm not surprised with Neptune and Saturn both like being active in Pisces. A lot of shadow work dreams coming up right now. Didn't want to finish that dream. You didn't have to finish the dream. That was the conclusion point of the dream. A couple of readings working through shadow work today. No, it's a lot of readings based on shadow work today. Absolutely. I was not prepared. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope they're happy tears, dear. I've been blaming myself in real life. For my health, but now I've realized that it wasn't something I wasn't doing right, but something that's actual. Oh, I'm sending an actual problem. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Makes so much sense. I'm glad that this helped, dear. You're welcome. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads today. We're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. Yes, Ava, just message me. Message me on that in the disco and I'll be happy to share it with you. We're going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just become a super fan, and your super fan status will make you eligible for one card. Also, if you are a super fan who would like access to our subscriber only disco channel, send me a disco gift. If you would like to receive a coupon code for our class, message me the word class. And if you would like information about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. All right. One card, please. Highest priority for Bridget. I feel like this is you doing some planning, like getting ahead of yourself, you know? Animal spirit, like bottom of the deck. Yeah. You know, I feel like there's something really important. Every time I read for you right now, I keep on hearing, I feel like you're about to have some kind of windfall, because every time I read for you, I keep on hearing, prepare for what you'll do when there's too much work, which is the space by which you don't have to energetically turn someone away, but saying you have a plan for it is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the boar energy, right? I keep on hearing like there's no need to turn someone away if there's another path by which you can energetically work with them, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like there's something I keep on hearing the same message around you, and it's coming through one of your guides, which is saying reliability network. It's all I keep on hearing, which is the ability of you being able to articulate to others that you're looking for reliable energy to help. Like I keep on hearing, to help facilitate something or to be able to build energetic connections with. Yep. And Ava, you just message me on that. I'll be happy to send you that guide. You're welcome, dear. Minnie, one card, please, on Saturday. Ooh. It feels great. It feels empowering. You know? It feels like some kind of energy of reconnecting. Yeah, especially, you know, I feel like there's something about I almost feel like it's like somebody trying to apologize to you about something and you identifying the fact that you get it, you know? Like there's some kind of big energy around something in terms of being able to articulate to another person. Um, like I keep on hearing, like facilitating or working harder to maintain energetic connections is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bee energy. I feel like there's something really important in terms of I feel like it's almost like I feel like it's somebody who is misperceiving you or like trying to tell you about the fact that like it's like almost somebody trying to tell you like they didn't realize how that must have made you feel about something, you know? Like it almost like I almost see somebody like trying to have I almost see like somebody trying to like pull you aside to have a heart to heart and you being like it's okay, like we can talk about it later. You know what I mean? Like it's that type of energy. All right, one card for healing, Lisa, on the internal work for the rest of the year. I mean, it feels fair. I feel like it's a lot of like, I feel like this is you like working on laying foundations and relationality to, um, like, I keep on hearing it's heavy planning. You know, I actually feel like the rest of the year is you kind of getting into planning mode or articulating upon what those aspirations are. Yeah, especially with the like the five of swords doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. You know, effectively, I feel like this is you putting in some systems to get ahead of feeling like something's at like something is you're resolving to something at the last minute is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I feel like it's organization mode. You know, like I keep wondering you're getting efficient so you can be more free. Thank you. You're so welcome, Minnie. All right, final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. My friends, I want to thank you. If you became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. If you want to if you don't have access to the disco and you're a super fan, just message me a disco GIF and I'll be happy to add you or send you that invitation. If you're interested in learning more of getting a discount code on our class program, our class is going to be next week. We're going to be studying the judgment card. Just message me the word class and I'll be happy to add you. I'll be happy to send you that coupon. And if you're interested in learning more about the retreat that we have planned for August, where we'll be doing an intensive study of the tarot in the space by which it was formed. We'll be taking that trip to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence. Just message me the word trip and I'll send you information on that as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you. Thank you, Ashraf, for those stars. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today. Oh, absolutely, Melissa. One card on the back-to-back dreams of living in California. You got more than one card coming out. It's not if, it's when. Is what I keep on saying. It's not if, it's when. It's like saying to me a lot of this is like if money wasn't an object. And I feel like it's almost like the dreams that are helping you to recognize the fact that it can be a reality or identifying like what the nature of the changes would need to be able to like that let that become a reality is what I keep on getting. Thank you again, dear. My friends, I want to thank you again for being here today. And animal spirit guide for Melissa, please. Woo, where'd it go? Oh, there's that card. This is wild. I was trying to get the animal spirit guide, and the card I was missing came back out, which is the Wheel of Fortune in its like the Wheel of Fortune in its transverse, which is articulating upon. I keep on hearing like the dreams are trying to say to you, everything is possible. It's just a question of how, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like the dreams are helping you work out the how. Is what I keep on getting. Oh, I didn't see yours come through, Nikki. I apologize. I'm just looking for it here. One card, highest priority for Nikki, please. One card, highest priority. Thank you. Yeah, the High Priestess in its reversal. Not every conversation needs to be had. No, I feel like it's almost you. I feel like this is you having a conversation about discretion. Like they say, like that's an inside thought versus that's an outside thought is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, the thing about discretion conversations is like it's like discretion conversations are often articulated in the fact by which it's not just articulating how we feel, but thinking about how others receive it. Like helping another person observe and say, imagine the position you're putting someone in by saying that. You know, um, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like that's what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing the bomb for I was just saying is imagine the position that puts them in, right? Like somebody I was just like there's no I was just like it's like I keep on hearing you say like I'm like I keep on hearing honesty. Like honesty is like hot water, right? It's not the space by which we can validate the fact that we're doing something that hurts another by saying I was being honest, right? Because you can hurt somebody like if something is hard to hear and honest, we navigate it carefully. We don't I keep wondering we don't thrust it. Like we don't thrust it and then articulate upon the fact that that is the reason that we do so. Is what I keep on seeing. Oh, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And again, my friends, thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. As I mentioned, we'll be back on tomorrow. If you'd like to get on the list, you will be the first person read for. Oh, let me just double check to make sure there's anyone else who would like a one card reading. If a final call right now for any of my subscribers who would like a one card who have not received it, absolutely, Rainbow. Good to see you today, dear, and thank you for those gifts. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question, dear? And just a reminder, if you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. Okay, one card right now, advice and relationality to finance. I feel like the navigation point in terms of identifying is, I keep on hearing, prioritizing what the energetic needs are. The ability to articulate or facilitate the conversation and relationality to what I keep on hearing, what is, like, I feel like there's like, I almost see like a prioritized list in relationality to what is most energetically important. And then I keep on hearing like identify the big three, which is like the big three needs that you have to energetically articulate to navigate. Yeah, I keep on hearing like let the big let those big three priorities help facilitate like what needs to happen is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the dog energy, right? I feel like this is, I don't know if this is you kind of coming into the space of like it feels very much like budgeting, right? And budgeting, like the ability to, the identification point on the budget is figuring out like how much, what is the, what is the number that you need to find versus where, like how far you're falling short from it. Because I see that something about you being able to see that exactly is going to help you build into some point of clarity. Thank you so much, dear, for being here and having that reading. And again, final call right now for any of my subscribers who would like a card pulled, who have not had a card pulled yet today. Again, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you for being here each day. I deeply appreciate you. And I hope you guys, and thank you so much to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.